Beware the radio.
Take me out driving, it'd be nice for a change. Something to distract me from the fact I'm back again. Take me out further, get away from it all. Exactly when I'm over it, exactly when you call. Try to fight it off, but there's no doubt. And I finally see that we can't work it out. Take me out walking to fools on parade. The saddest lonely suckers that the maker ever made. Standing strong and silent, nothing left to be said. I was trying to convince you, turn it over in your head. Standing in the mirror, feeling strange in my clothes. 'Cause I'm getting quite distracted by an emperor's new robes. Use imagination, fall asleep for a spell. To forget a man in uniform, I can't, but might as well. Try to fight it off, but there's no doubt. And I finally see that we can't work it out. Take me out driving, it'd be nice for a change. Something to distract me from the fact I'm back again. Take me out further, get away from it all. 'Cause I'm coming over clueless every single time you call. Nowadays you tell me what I'm wanting to hear. And you love me when you're lit up like a crystal chandelier. Back in the beginning it was nice for a stint. Now you take me for granted, so I'm taking the hint. Try to fight it off, but there's no doubt. And I finally see that we can't work it out. Try to fight you off, 'cause there's no doubt. And I finally see that we can't work it out.
The Fall Colours there, a short-lived project of Julia Fernandez with the tune We Can't Work It Out. That album's available as a cassette from Bandcamp. Before that, we heard Julio Edit from Seattle performing Pandora, taken from the Julio Chromia album released in 2020. Before that, you heard Dias Libres, as performed by Malandromeda, who come from Santiago de Compostela in Spain. Look them up on Bandcamp. Now let's have an Indian moment on Wyden. We're going to hear the Navatman Music Collective in a live session. This is Ahista Ahista.
मज़ारी क़स्बे जब रूह लैला एक दिन आई तो अरमानों के मुरझाए हुए कुछ फूल भी लाई लगी जब फूल रखने लगी जब फूल रखने तो कब्र से आवाज ये आई चढ़ाना फूल जाने मन मगर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरखती जाए है रुख से नकाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता
निकलता रहा है आफ्ताब
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरखती जाए है रुख से आहिस्ता जवा होने लगे जब वो तो हमसे कर लिया पर्दा 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 जवा होने लगे जब वो तो हमसे कर लिया पर्दा हया यकलत हाय हया यकलत आई और शबाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता
निकलता रहा है आफ्ताब
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हमारे और तुम्हारे प्यार में फर्क है इतना हमारे और तुम्हारे प्यार में फर्क है इतना इधर तो जल्दी जल्दी है उधर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता इधर तो जल्दी जल्दी है उधर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरकती जाए है रुख से नकाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता वो बेदर्दी से सर काटे अमीर और मैं कहूँ उनसे वो बेदर्दी से सर काटे अमीर और मैं कहूँ उनसे हुजूर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जनाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हुजूर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जनाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरकती जाए है रुख से नकाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता
निकलता रहा है आफ्ताब
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरकती जाए है रुख से नकाब आहिस्ता 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 आहिस्ता
रंग भेजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रंग भेजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रंग भेजल बलमुआ पटना से आवे रे मोरंगवा से आवे पटना से आवे रे मोरंगवा से आवे राहे बाटे रंगवा खेलत आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ के सिया पे टेढ़ी शोभे टोपिया घुंघराले के सिया पे टेढ़ी शोभे टोपिया घुंघराले के सिया पे टेढ़ी शोभे टोपिया घुंघराले के सिया पे टेढ़ी शोभे टोपिया सेजिया पे पिया घुमत आवे हो मोरा सेजिया पे पिया घुमत आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रसी रसी पिया मोरा नतिया गढ़ावे 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 सजिया पे पिया घुमत आवे हो मोरा सजिया पे पिया झुमत आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो भीजल बलमुआ भीजल बलमुआ मोरा भीजल बलमुआ है मोरा भीजल बलमुआ भीजल बलमुआ भीजल बलमुआ
Well, that was another track from our favourites, Turku, Nomads of the Silk Road, here playing Ber Demet Yesimen, taken from the album Allies of Istanbul. Before that, we heard Nimisha Shankar performing Gold, a holy song, from her collection Golden Chants from India, as recorded in 2014. Now, Finnish rockers Deep Space Destructors released a great trippy album in 2018, Psychedeology. Here they introduce us to their Space Mind.
I have no appetite for your compromise. In spite of my restless activity, you only give me the best, your sympathy. I know you like this song so much. I know you don't want me to touch you. I'm so desperado. Why am I living in a dream if the story's never how it seems? I'm so desperado, desperado. I'm so desperado, desperado. you, I'm so desperado. Why am I living in a dream? The stories never die how it seems. I'm so desperado, desperado, desperado. I'm so desperado, desperado.
You just heard Chain Stoking, expertly evoking a helicopter ride up to Fox Glacier on a calm, sunny day. That was Glacial Fox, taken from the album Traveller's Tracks New Zealand, available on chainstoking.bandcamp.com. Before that, our old friend Bacco Bacchanals with the song Disperato, another a cappella mini masterpiece. BaccoBacchanals.com is your destination for more voice-based magic. Now we've got something new from Slovenia's Kamizdat label. This is taken from a split album between young Ljubljana electronic producers Dvidavat and Nulla. 068/078-1. Catchy. We're going to hear Dvidavat with the track PSH.
You can free your dead mind, or you can trade on the Wall Street line. You can change what you see, or you can follow your greed. The monsters are due right here on Fifth Avenue, and your suit, it won't hide your corrupt soul inside. The vagabonds of Wall Street head off to private retreats. Every day is vacation, and they steal from the nation. The monsters are due right here on Fifth Avenue, and your suit, it won't hide your corrupt soul inside. The monsters are due right here on Fifth Avenue, and your suit, it won't hide your corrupt soul inside.
Una
cracking new release from Diego Lorenzini featuring Nina Tormenta, El Demonio del Mediodía, The Demon of Noon. And before that, another band I've been introduced to recently, Vietnam 2, playing The Monsters Adieu from their 2020 album Suspect Citizen. Go and look them up on blocksonic.com. Well, this all makes me want to go and actually make some music. As ever, if you'd like to suggest a tune for this show, contact us on Twitter, Instagram, etc., or via email bewaretheradio@gmail.com. We finish with Bleak House, playing the ambient track Biology Slides, which has been used in a lot of student videos over the years. Maybe they're onto something. Till next time, keep it wide.
Hello and welcome to 1 hour of music from our net label Der kleine grüne Würfel, which is based in Cologne, Germany. My name is FC Stoffel and, most of the lyrics will be in German. So the first song, Ich bin so schmuse aufgeladen, by For Example John, I will try to translate the lyrics. They go something like this. I am so cuddly charged. My battery is full of love. I am so cuddly charged, you can bath in hearts. And I think this is something we can all enjoy in these strange times with COVID-19 and all the social distancing. And I thought maybe we stay in this thematic universe with the next band, which is called Die Formation Doppelherz 2000. and they sing about Autoliebe, something like love for yourself. Enjoy.
In den Momenten größter Sehnsucht, da fang ich an, mich zu streicheln. Zu bemerken, wie zart meine Haut eigentlich ist. Dann schaue ich in den Spiegel, mir ganz tief in die Augen und zerschmelze in dem Feuer, das darin lodert. Das ist die Autoliebe. Das ist die Autoliebe. Einfach nur Autoliebe. Das ist die Autoliebe. Es ist so einfach, sich selbst zu lieben. Was ich am liebsten mag, weiß ich doch schließlich selbst am allerbesten. Oder nie geb ich mir wieder Worte. Und niemals komm ich zu spät nach Haus. Und hab ich mal keinen Bock mehr auf mich, mach ich einfach Schluss mit der Autoliebe. Das ist die Autoliebe. Einfach nur Autoliebe. Das ist die Autoliebe.
The last track was Gegenlicht by Erich Schall from the album Gewichtheben auf Eis, and you can translate that with weightlifting on ice, something you should be very careful with if you try it. And before that we heard Rift Zone by Marco Trovatello. All this music can be downloaded for free under Creative Commons license from our net label Der kleine grüne Würfel.de, of course. I won't spell it here, I'm sure you sort it out. Coming up next is a track by Svan Langgut, and he is rather experimental with the stuff he does. He's soldering all his sound toys by himself. And the song has the title Des Kaisers, and it, of course, refers to the Emperor's New Clothes. And after that, I will play the track An Old Arcade by the Sea from Dominik Vogel. I think if you listen closely, you can hear the old arcade. And Dominik Vogel has a huge modular system, and he told me that all his tracks are one-shots. He cannot reproduce them. So I think this is quite an interesting approach for making music. You can go to YouTube and watch him recording his tracks. So and you find some nice videos from Der kleine grüne Würfel artists also on our channel. But enough talking now. Let's play more music. Enjoy it.
Tauge ich etwa nicht zum Kaiser? Nein, das wäre das Schrecklichste.
sich. Erste Welle, zweite Welle. Teletravail, Kartoffelbrei.
This was a small piece from a rather long track. Well, track is not quite correct. It's more kind of a radio play. And the piece is called Disturbance of Integration. And it's by Svane Langgut, one of the most experimental artists on our label, Der kleine grüne Würfel. And as I mentioned before, you can download everything you hear. And before that, you heard the track Langweilig 2020 by the band Die Leere im Kern deiner Hoffnung. You might translate it with the emptiness in the core of your hope. And this was a kind of a year in review back to 2020, as everything with COVID-19 social distancing was quite boring. And we stay with this band, Die Leere im Kern deiner Hoffnung, which is a quite political band here in Germany, in Cologne. And the next track is called Lynchmob, and you might also want to check out the corresponding video on YouTube to that. And after that, I will play some more techno tracks from Dominik Vogel and Erich Schall. And I hope you follow me through this journey of all these various music styles. But this is the way we do it here at Der kleine grüne Würfel. Have fun. Disco-Dreu, one of these weird German words. I don't know how to translate it, but it's, of course, you have guessed it. It's something that happens in a disco by Erich Schall. And before that, I played Oasis from Dominik Vogel. And now we come to an end of this show with music from Der kleine grüne Würfel, the nice little net label from Cologne. You can download everything for free from our website. And if you want to support our artists, you can find them all on Bandcamp. And so much from me. My name is FC Stoffel, and the last song is from For Example John. And I say, thank you, you never told me that I'm ugly too.
Puffy eyes, sharp lips, knock knees, and sloping head, scabby hair, jot ears, fatty arms, and an angered rear. Defects in my appearance are shining through. Oh, thank you. You never told me that I'm ugly too. Buckled back, flat feet, clammy hands, false teeth, choppy cheeks, a monobrow, receding chin, and twisted toes. Defects in my appearance are shining through. Oh, thank you. You never told me that I'm ugly too. Defects in my appearance are shining through. Oh, thank you. You never told me that I'm ugly too. Defects in my appearance are shining through. Oh, thank you. You never told me that I'm ugly too. Oh, thank you. You never told me that I'm ugly too.
Radio.
Beware.
Radio.
Welcome to the first episode of the Gallimaufric Science Podcast. I am one of your hosts, one of four. My name is Scott, and to my immediate proximity is Raven.
Hi, I'm Raven, and Scott and I are a husband and wife artist team out of Wasilla, Alaska.
Indeed.
And I would like to introduce our co-host, Zach Miller from Anchorage.
Hello. How are you?
I am doing just fine, thank you, sir. And then all of the way across the globe, we have Tommy Long in Australia. Say hello, Tommy.
Hello, Tommy. So some of you might know me from Twitter with the Twitter handle @the_Apesiarch, where I sometimes should post about biology. That seems to be the thing that I do these days. But the other thing you might know me for is writing the Parasite of the Day blog and also running the Twitter account of Journal of Helminthology, which is a parasitology journal. So it's a legit peer-reviewed journal. They asked me to run the Twitter account, and I've been going off, as the kids say, ever since with it.
Yes, he has. And if you haven't already checked out the Journal of Helminthology, I am not a parasite person at all, but I absolutely love to read and retweet some of these things that Tommy shares out from that blog.
I technically have a Twitter account, but I'm barely on anymore. I just have other things to do with my time, I guess. So also it's very stressful being on social media. So
yeah, to be honest, even as someone who would use it often, like if you don't already have a Twitter account, it's not a thing that I would recommend. There's like many other things I would recommend people do before they get it.
Go outside and play.
Well, yeah. or
eating like a big plate of cheese
outside.
Is
there
more
are bears
recommendable
outside.
Than... There's also people not wearing masks outside, but that's
That's worse than the bears. Stay home, folks.
They are worse than the bears. The bears aren't going to give you the COVID-19, so let's
not that we know of.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, watch, they'll give us super bear pneumonia here instead.
What would that be called?
I have no idea.
Bearmonia.
Bearmonia. We don't really take things very seriously on this podcast, but when we do,
I don't know if the people could tell that.
I think they'll pick it up on as we go along, though.
So this isn't our first rodeo with a podcast. Zach, Scott, and I have done a podcast prior to this together called the Dino-Rama podcast. I don't know if you remember it from ye olden times, but we enjoyed doing it, and now we're finally back with some better equipment and a good outlook on life, right?
Different outlook, maybe?
Maybe different.
They're different outlook, yes. And if you were one of our dozen listeners back then, we apologize for not continuing. But things just happened.
As they do.
I
have never hosted a podcast before, but I have been on other people's podcasts and radio. So I've been invited onto podcasts and podcast-like things. So that seems to be the thing that I do. I get myself invited onto things instead of hosting any of my own.
Hey, now you can break that curse, as it were, and host your own with us.
I guess kind of, yeah.
This week, of course, is a Getting to Know You episode, episode 1. We are just kind of getting people up to speed if they're not familiar with our work. You can catch me on Twitter at AlaskaAnime, one word, portmanteau of Alaska and anime. Show notes will have correct spellings and links, of course.
Right. And I'll be putting up the podcast to cgfx.us. That's cgfx.us. We'll have a special blog for it as well once I get everything edited together.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can find me on Twitter at _Episiarch. So Episiarch is EPISIARCH. It seems like I have designed my Twitter handle so that people can't find me.
It's ideal, really.
That really is.
Yeah.
But it's it's named after that one obscure alien from David Brin's Star Tide Rising, the Uplift trilogy. So
that's one of my
favorite books, what that is. Yeah. So you can either find me at that or find me at Journal of Helminthology or J Helminthology. That's like the Twitter job that I could do. So that's the paid account that I do professionally. And then there's my personal account, which these days I mostly shitpost. I used to tweet a lot more about science and stuff like that until I realized that's not what Twitter wants. Twitter wants shitpost. So shitpost instead.
Shitposts and memes.
And Zach, where can we find you?
So I'm on Twitter at zmiller1902. I mostly tweet about either science or Nintendo stuff. I've been writing for and podcasting with a site called Nintendo World Report for, like 14 years.
Nice.
Yeah, the site's been around since 2000, but we're still somehow kicking around. And but my main passion is Mesozoic dinosaurs, and so you'll often see me retweeting new papers and info stuff about them. I used to draw them, but I really don't anymore because I'm not very good at it, and my time is better spent doing other things.
But you still draw, and occasionally you make a stab at it, and you have a blog too.
Oh, I do have a blog. Yeah, you're right.
One of us was prepared for that.
Well, I'd kind of forgotten I did. I have a blog called Waxing Paleontological, and the last post was, I think, in February. But it tries to go into deep dives about obscure Mesozoic groups, and I just have not had a lot of time to really research a new post. But it's there if people want to read it.
That kind of reminds me, I also have a blog that I just forgot to mention. It's the Parasite of the Day blog that I've been kind of administrating and writing for over the last 10 years or so. I inherited it from Susan Perkins, who used to be at the American Natural History Museum. So she started it up in 2010, and then afterwards was like, what do I do with this? And she handed it over to me to run, and eventually went from just a thing that features like a little vignette about parasites to where I basically look for recent research in parasitology and write about interesting ones. And occasionally I still host like guest posts from students and stuff like that. So yeah, so Parasite of the Day blog is where you'll find my proper long form writing, as opposed to the shit posting that I do on Twitter, because it's Twitter. Nobody got time to read words or sentences. It's just images. So yeah. So if you want to read my writing, actual proper writing, you go to the Parasite of the Day blog. If you just want to come for the shit post, just come to my Twitter account.
I guess technically I have a couple blogs I sort of forgot to mention, but they're not really relevant to science per se. One of them is...
I just mentioned them anyway.
Oh, all right. Okay. One of them is called Game Restart. It's about me getting back into the gaming hobby after a long... so that can be found on orc.one/gr. And I have a small art blog as well on the same site, so which I forget the URL too. So take my word for it, it exists.
We're on the internet somewhere, people.
Yeah. It's somewhere.
We'll have links in the show notes after the end.
Right, that'll be our. Yeah. That'll be that covers me. Yes.
Yes, you can fix it in post.
Yeah. So out of this podcast, we have like 2 people who do long form writing on gaming, actually. So.
Who are they?
True. Oh yeah, you got Scott with your gaming podcast. Oh no, not podcast, gaming blog.
Yeah, so it's more of a retrospective per se than it is an actual piece of what I would consider journalism or anything like that. I don't do reviews, not really. It's mostly like if I get something new, I'll talk about it, but it's not like I'm reviewing this as a product per se. I don't know how to do that, actually. All I know how to do is type a bunch of words that are relevant to my experiences and pretend it's a blog. So
that's basically what a review is.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've been doing this all along.
Yeah, that's a review. Yeah, except that if you call it a review, you'll get more people hating you because that's what people do online.
If you score the New Zelda game at a half a point below what people think it should be.
How dare you give it 7.5 out of 10? Yeah,
that's why I'm only going to rate things in terms of plastic. I'm not actually going to give them stars or numbers. That's just not what I do.
I like that.
So in that case, I want to clarify that the Commodore 128 released in 1985 is a good computer if you're into that sort of thing. Okay.
And as far as my blogging goes, I have lapsed horribly, terribly. I used to have a pretty active one called the Caw Box, but I've let that go for almost a decade at this point. Every now and again, I update, post some new art on our cgfx.us site for in the portfolio section. You can find some of the art I've done, as well as citations of all the papers that this art is based on, because I try to do as accurate as possible I can with my artwork while still kind of maintaining some sense of artistic stylization.
Oh yeah, I do that too. On occasion, although I have also lapsed a little bit on posting new work to our actual site. So
Scott is known for his what he calls the Tiki Cosmonaut series, which involves taking sketches of skeletons that he's done, some from life, meaning from museum mounts and displays that we've both visited. No.
Yeah. No, that's accurate. That's accurate.
Okay.
I try to use something to inform what I'm doing, so that the mounts themselves are as accurate as possible. So I do take some liberties with how it's represented in a mount versus what it might look like in life, and favoring for what it might have looked like in life whenever possible.
And then you decorate it with awesome glowing lights and make it look all Tron-y and stuff, and I love it.
It's one way of putting it, I suppose. Yes, although at the time it was just like Christmas lights, and then later on there's this article which keeps surfacing in my feeds and whatnot about how chameleon skeletons will glow under a UV light, even through their skins. So that's vindication right there. So,
so we've
that
already had
actually
Gala.
just remind me another thing that I forgot to mention, which is, yes, I do draw things. So we are on a podcast for people who draw things or have drawn things. And I think, Zach, you should just keep drawing. Like, I think we should do things that even if we're not good at. I can think of plenty of things I'm not good at that you still enjoy doing. So,
oh, absolutely.
Well, right now I'm kind of on a attempting to learn how to do pinup art phase.
Oh, okay.
You know,
well, you got to start
that's
somewhere.
awesome.
Yeah.
I think that doing like something new kind of like helps build neural pathways, and will help, I think, inform some more of your art a little better. I think really I should probably try to get in on doing some kind of human work as well, because I've been kind of slacking off and just I do nothing but dinosaurs, really.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you what kind of organisms are hard to draw. Humans.
Yes.
When you've been drawing dinosaurs, and even other mammals for your whole life, humans are very, very abnormal.
Yeah, we are kind of like humans are a tricky breed. Yeah, I have kind of half jokingly but half seriously said that my art has gotten better ever since I started drawing monster girls. So
it really has.
Hey.
Yeah,
absolutely.
your parasite monster girls are just chef's kiss, man. Perfect.
Yeah, those
and
are
that
good.
seems to be the thing that whenever people interview me, or like at least the last 3 interviews that I've had for various outlets and various reasons, they seem to keep bringing up like the parasite monster girls. So they'll start interviewing me about something else, and then they go, "Oh, by the way, this is the thing that we actually want to talk about. You draw these things called like parasite monster girl. What's the deal?"
Right.
Whatever helps to generate interest too in what we're doing, or what we're about. Yeah.
So I do with my art mostly dinosaurs in digital painting format and apparel. I sell a lot of my stuff as shirts, and I also do on occasion the what I call the costumed kaiju. So I've done a few of those where I take well-known kaiju and mash them up with other things. You can see them on my Nito shop, which will have a link, and you can also see them. Some of them are up on Cubelight Graphics, the cgfx.us site, and I have a few that I need to update, of course, because I've been lazy lately, haven't done that.
You used to have them on like Redbubble, but then Redbubble with their copyright thingy,
yes,
Redbubble didn't like that.
No, they don't tend to like that. Apparently Toho has their mitts into it. Certain monster movie producing companies like to troll through those sites, and
so do the publishers of Fortnite, we noticed, because they laid claim to your pics or it didn't happen,
yes.
design.
What?
For those of you who are unaware, yes. For those of you who are unaware, a couple of years ago, I designed a shirt inspired by Dr. Thomas Holtz, who is a Tyrannosaurus researcher, where he gave me the idea of a shirt that says "Pix" or "It didn't happen," with "Pix" being spelled as in a rock pick or a pickaxe.
Right.
So I put pickaxe as one of my search terms, or what do you call those tags? One of my tags for the shirt, thinking nothing of it because, well, pickaxe is, a geology tool. And Epic Games decided that they didn't like that they owned the rights to pickaxe and came without even looking at the context or anything else about even the design itself. They didn't even look at the design, and issued an automatic takedown. And I had to have some people kind of flood some of their some of their forums and stuff, because I'm not going to make an Epic Games account just to harass them on their own website. That's stupid.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. But to be fair, they have owned the pickaxe idea since the 1500s. So,
sure. I'm pretty sure that there, some caveman went, Epic Games copyright. Grug copyright Epic Games.
Well, it's funny. It's funny how zealously that Redbubble go after this. Yet, if I go on Redbubble, I'll find T-shirts that have like anime art that's just been cropped from screenshot. Just
right?
Oh my god!
Godzilla everywhere, and they go after me.
It would just be like a screenshot from, I don't know, Bakemonogatari and stick it on a white T-shirt, and then they start selling it. It's like, hey,
look at me! I did something that's all original. See, I originally cropped it. So that's my crop. Right?
Like the people selling it, I don't think they even claim to originality. It's just how lazy Redbubble, like how hypocritical.
Hypocritical.
Yeah, it is. With like, oh yeah, you did this new thing that's a remix of like Kaiju and I know Nintendo thing, and then they come along and go, no, that's copyright violation. But if you take a screenshot from a popular anime and then you stick it on the T-shirt, they sometimes people do that thing that they do on YouTube when they upload something they're not supposed to, and they say like, oh, I don't own anything. Well, why are you uploading?
Yeah, why?
That's not a disclaimer. So yeah, copyright laws are weird and strange.
That's like saying I'm defending myself as you just walk up to some random person and punch him in the face. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've had a couple tangles with some copyright issues in the past, which I will probably address on the show as well in future episodes about how to not get in trouble, why you should research copyright laws in your country and try to claim copyright on your own art if possible, and how to do that without spending an arm and a leg.
Yep.
At least not your arm and a leg.
Yes. So I guess we're going to cover a lot of ground in this podcast, which is why we call it gallimaufric science, because a gallimaufric means a multitude of something, a plethora.
A medley.
A medley,
if you will.
a melting pot of a lot of stuff.
Just basically what we happen to be into that particular week when we decide to record the podcast.
And science.
Yeah.
And by the way, science.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It's science. That's part of it, isn't it?
Yes.
All on a podcast. There you go.
Yep.
So if you like listening to our babblings, we would appreciate a donation to either four of our Ko-Fi accounts or Cash App, whatever you got kids use nowadays.
Do we have Ko-Fi accounts? I have a Ko-Fi account.
What does that mean? What's Ko-Fi?
Oh, it's maybe it's pronounced coffee. It's Ko-Fi. It's like a little miniature payment app where you can send like a few bucks at a time to somebody.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
Not a plug.
Yes. Right,
no,
coffee.
Not a plug for coffee. This is just me explaining. We might.
Although if someone wants to buy me coffee, that would be okay too.
Totally fine.
Sure.
Yeah. Just like drop it off on my doorstep and knock really loud so you activate the dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. The doorbell doesn't work. We can't afford to fix that, so the dogs.
Yes, so give us some coffee. A drop of sunshine would be great.
There you go.
And of course, Raven and Scott, you both have Patreons. So
yes.
Yes, I should probably update that. It's been a while.
Yes, oft neglected Patreons. I do think that this would be a great opportunity for us to get a little bit more on step with that too.
Yeah, maybe treat it like a blog as well, where we just throw some more artwork in there. I know I've got a fair bit in there, but I could always use more.
Just a thought here, we could offer it as a way, like you donate at a certain level, maybe we can give you access to some of the raw files before they're posted. You can hear us raw and unfiltered and unedited.
Raw, unfiltered, me just like my stomach rumbling, or occasionally like my scroll wheel of doom on my mouse. My really old mouse, which
I let out a huge beer belch.
Yeah, that's worthwhile to offer to people. Yeah, I agree.
You can listen to this.
right? And
That's pretty cool, to be fair.
That is, that's very clicky. We might leave that in. But no, I think this would be a good opportunity to really use flex Patreon's muscle and use it for what it's intended, and maybe give people an opportunity to listen to the show while it's being, broadcast with like a password, or I don't know. We'll figure something out for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we'll have links, of course, in the show notes as it goes along. Man, we're gonna have a lot of links.
That's what show notes are for.
Yeah. It depends basically what we talk about, so it could be a lot of things.
Okay.
So maybe one of us should be like transcribing notes during the session too. So
Oh crap!
No, that's okay. I'll start doing it.
We've come into this century, and there is actually services which will take your audio file and transcribe them for you.
Really?
Oh, I like that better than just shorthand.
Will they do it well?
Well, you do want to go back over and look at it just to make sure there's no weird, like, what Tommy has called digital goblins. Is that right? Do I misremember that?
Maybe. I don't remember everything that comes out of my mouth. So,
but you coined a great term for.
Shoggoths.
Shoggoths. That's it. Yeah. Sorry.
Shoggoths. Yeah.
Why did I think goblins? I don't know, but. Part way to what it is. There's a G in there. Yeah. Shoggoths has no B or S.
It's got a G and an O.
It's a G and O, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a failure, no matter which way you slice it. Okay, anyway. But yeah, digital Shoggoths, you want to make sure that your transcription looks good. Doesn't have, like, something in there that you did not mean.
Yeah.
Or if it's hilarious, leave it in. That could be an extra we offer on the Patreon.
Right. Happy accident.
There's the alternate reality version. Yeah.
Yes, the happy accident level. I'm pretty sure we'll have some merch coming out soon too.
Yeah, I remember one of you was working on a Gallimorphix like logo thingy.
That was me, and I'm still working on it because my art director hasn't gotten back to me about certain key questions.
Yep, I'm. That's me. I dropped the ball. I'm the art director.
Well, that's okay. You're the director, though. It's on your desk anytime. No pressure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, my desk is just covered in stuff.
Well, that shows how busy you are, really, doesn't it?
Right. It really does.
That is true.
My desk is just a disaster. It doesn't count.
I guess we can have like the podcast every week by asking what everyone's been watching or reading or
excellent suggestions
that they come across.
Hey, would you like to start that?
Or me?
Well, yeah, it was your suggestion.
I was the person who suggested. Why wouldn't I think? Okay.
Oh,
all right. Well, yeah. So I guess I've read a couple of scientific papers. I do a few every week whenever I can. But it depends on whether you want me to talk about petrels eating sperm whales, or whether you want me to talk about things that eat viruses in the sea.
Oh, yes and yes. That's cool. Both
okay,
of them.
I'll talk about the petrel one because they are dinosaurs technically. So that relates more to like what everyone else was. I'll save the virus one for another time.
Okay.
So I was reading a paper in Polar Biology about northern petrels that have been eating live sperm whales. So yeah, giant petrel preying on depredating sperm whales. So this was recently published in Polar Biology, and basically they were opportunistically looking for sperm whales that have surfaced and basically just picking on their backs. And the scientists who did the study suggest that this is probably a pre-existing behavior in the petrels. However, this is occurring on a more common basis because of longline fishing. Because the sperm whales are smart enough to figure out, like, okay, those big noisy things on the surface, they drag around with them a whole lot of like tasty treats. If we follow them, we can pick them off. And petrel knows this too, and the petrel go, oh, these big chunks of meat that are floating in the sea as well. So longline fishing is actually kind of bringing these animals together more often than they usually would, because the petrels would normally only encounter the sperm whales when they surface. But now with the longline fishing, longline vessels kind of dragging all these fish behind them, they're attracting both the petrels and the sperm whales, and the petrel is like, well, while I'm here, as well take a bit of a sperm whale.
Hey, it's free real estate.
As well. It's more like free buffet.
There you go.
Yeah,
smart birds.
Blubber buffet.
Yeah, so this is kind of interesting in that this is kind of another example of how human activities are altering not really altering animal behavior, but augmenting it in a way that could change ecosystems, because these sperm whales are now getting attacked more often by petrels, and at the same time they're also getting some kind of food subsidies from the longline fishing as well. And there was like recent news stories that came out about orcas attacking yachts and stuff like that.
Oh yes.
What? I'm sorry,
like
what?
A news story. Yeah. They're like apparently ganging up to attack like shipping and stuff like that. And it's really quite funny reading the news story, because they were like, these orcas are going crazy and attacking yachts. And then they talk about how like the population have been depleted, like fishing vessels are taking away the food, and it's generating a lot of noise that disrupt their lives. And go, I wonder why these orcas are attacking these boats.
It's a mystery.
Wow.
They've gone crazy. So yeah, they're like apparently ganging up and attacking like surface going vessels. I guess the orcas are kind of sick about shit.
I'd heard about them just going after fishing boats, especially around here in Alaska.
Oh yeah, they do that.
Yeah, in much of the way that the sperm whales kind of follow the fishing boats, but these orca are a lot more active and a lot more aggressive than,
and they're a lot more social as well.
Yeah, so they have like 3 or 4 whale just like hanging out, hemming in this fishing boat and keeping it from going anywhere except for into the mouths of some of these other whales hanging out.
Yeah, people kind of tend to forget because they go like, oh, orcas are cute. It's like they're large predators. They're like about the size of a T-Rex.
Yeah, they're huge.
In the sea.
And they have a lot of teeth
smart,
too,
and they're smart. They're extremely, extremely smart animals as well, both culture and social systems and everything like that. So, yeah,
yes. And their form of play is, how high can I launch this seal out of the water with just my?
I was about to say that. Yeah.
Whee!
Yeah, I'm
not for the seal.
Yeah. I'm always kind of surprised that orcas don't attack humans more often, but maybe they're just smart enough to know, like,
just wait.
Yeah. Maybe they're just smart enough to know, like, maybe we shouldn't mess with them. But once we've kind of pushed them to the edge, and then like we can't take this shit no more.
You came to the wrong neighborhood applies, yes.
And it's kind of weird that the article going like, oh, these orcas are like going crazy attacking like these boats. It's like you're driving, like it's like if someone just drive a Humvee into your backyard all the time. It's like, hang on, what the hell? On your property, just like randomly intruding in on like a Humvee or something. So
taking your pizza the instant it's delivered,
Yeah, that's right. You probably want to do something about that. So,
oh yeah,
ideally,
orca cop
ambushing you for your groceries outside the store. Yeah.
So I find it like more weird that people are going, "Oh, what could be responsible for this crazy behavior?"
Crazy.
Gee, let's make a list. Yeah.
Yeah, so list of grievances from killer whales, and but yeah, this paper about petrels. This is not the first time where there have been documented case of petrels and other seabirds that kind of pick at whales. Like there was an earlier paper published quite a few years ago about I think it was also petrels going after white whales, especially white whale calves, because they're more vulnerable and they need the surface more often. So it's interesting that this kind of behavior is occurring more often. And for the technical minded, this kind of interaction is what's known as micro predation, where instead of like having a predator that eats a prey and eats the whole thing, you have like little animals taking little chunks out of a bigger prey.
Oh yeah.
So cookie cutter sharks
that aren't necessarily not necessarily going to cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, not in one attack, but if they do it often, then it's kind of like, I guess, leeches and mosquitoes. They technically also engage in micro predation, or ticks. Even though I guess you could say, well, ticks an ectoparasite, but those are just all categories that we've made up. Nature a tick does what it does, and it doesn't care whether you call it micro predator or a parasite. It's just like, I suck blood and get big and grow.
I like to think there's a tick that is like, now hold on a second, don't just lump me in with those other ones.
That ticks me off.
With the cookie cutter sharks. Don't lump me in with those guys. I'm different. Stick on to the host for a while. I don't just fight and leave.
Tips fedora and flies away.
It's perfect.
There you go.
Okay. A flying tick would be terrifying, actually.
Oh, well, I mean, in a way, kind of mosquitoes.
I was just
That's
thinking
true.
about that.
What is a flying thing that like sucks your blood? Oh wait,
our state bird is one of those. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They get bigger as you go north.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's what I've been reading other things too, but maybe I'll save it for like another episode.
Okay. All right. How about you, Zach?
So the thing that has captured my attention lately, I guess I'll preface it by saying that I'm going through a phase, I guess you could say, where I'm very interested in the immediate ancestors of dinosaurs. Because dinosaurs are a group of a large group with a single common ancestor that arose back in the middle Triassic period, but there are a bunch of animals that are, nothing comes from nowhere. So there are a bunch of animals that branched off before dinosaurs, in between pterosaurs and dinosaurs. And the group that's most fascinating to me is these animals called salsaurids. At least I think that's how you pronounce it, because saying it the other way would be stupid.
Okay.
Sillysaurids, that just doesn't sound right to me. But salsaurids are these, they're generally small, quadrupedal, largely herbivorous animals. They're about the size of a dog. And they have, when they were first discovered, the first salsaurid ever found was Salsaurus, described in 2003. And when it was found, the describers noted that it seems to have a predentary bone, and predentary bones are characteristic of ornithischian dinosaurs. It's common to all ornithischian dinosaurs. So if Salsaurus has a predentary bone, the thinking was, well, maybe it's a very early ornithischian. But it does not have many of the features we associate with dinosaurs. So many more salsaurids have been described since, and the thinking has now been that salsaurids are they branched off right before Dinosauria, and they independently got this predentary bone, which is remarkable when you think about it. But later we found out that it's not really a predentary bone. It's just the anterior tip of their dentary is toothless and pointy, but it's not a separate. It's not a separate bone. And so salsaurids now are just kind of these weird offshoot before dinosaurs came around. But the pendulum has swung back just recently, where they don't have a predentary bone, but this newest paper by, hold on, I can find this paper. There it is. Okay. This newest paper published this year, just a couple weeks ago, by Rodrigo Temp Mueller and Mauricio Silva Garcia, suggests that, or they hypothesize, that silesaurids are ornithischian dinosaurs. They're the earliest ornithischian dinosaurs, and you can show, they've attempted to show that through the evolution of silesaurids, they become more ornithischian-like in their dentition, and then the toothless tip of their dentaries do eventually ossify into a separate bone. I found that fascinating for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is we would finally have Triassic ornithischians. There's been a huge reduction in the number of Triassic ornithischian dinosaurs over the years. Once it was discovered that there are crocodilians, herbivorous crocodilians, that have the same tooth shape as ornithischians. And the Triassic ornithischian, Paisanosaurus, from, I want to say, Brazil, either Brazil or Argentina. Argentina. It was reassessed in 2017 as a silesaurid. So that would mean that there are no Triassic ornithischians anymore. And now we don't know where ornithischians came from. There was a paper a couple of years ago saying that maybe ornithischians are theropods, or, share a common ancestor with theropods instead of being their own group. So that's been a problem for a few years. But if you say that silesaurids taken together are ornithischians, that solves a lot of problems. I know that's a lot of word salad, but I'm very excited about it. And it will, of course, take other people looking at this and doing new phylogenies and coming up with something. But I think that's a fascinating idea, and it solves a lot of problems, but it does create a new one. The earliest silesaurids are from the Ancian of the Middle Triassic, whereas the next earliest non-ornithischian dinosaur doesn't show up until the Carnian of the late Triassic. So there's still a ghost lineage, but it's no longer between ornithischians. Now it's between ornithischians and everybody else. So there you go. If there are questions, I'll take them, but I know that was a lot. That was a lot all at once.
Yeah. Thanks for coming to our TED Talk.
Good talk.
Yeah,
good
talk.
Yeah. It's better with a PowerPoint, but
hey, that's okay. You can make one up in your mind. I know I did.
That's true. And I wrote about silesaurids a couple of years ago on my blog, Waxing Paleontological, and I desperately need to update that post. Yeah, perhaps I will. Perhaps this will spur me to do just that.
And you should also refresh it and bring it to the forefront of your blog, too. So, pardon me, other people can read it.
I agree. That would be a great idea.
Yes.
Remember when I wrote all this? Well, guess what's changed?
A lot.
Yeah, I guess you could just link back to the
that's true too.
Yeah.
So as far as me, I've just been kind of watching a lot of popular media. My mom and I have been watching television together. That's one of our favorite pastimes. You don't need to know any of that, though, I guess. But haven't really read anything new. I've been kind of stuck on a 2018 paper, an unusual association of hadrosaur and therizinosaur tracks within late Cretaceous rocks of Denali National Park, Alaska. This is by Anthony R.
That's a good one.
Of the Perot Museum, Paul J. McCarthy et al. So it's basically about it shows that hadrosaurs and therizinosaurs, at least this far north, would often herd together, like many animals on the African savanna do today. And this is apparently a kind of a unique assemblage of tracks here. First, Therizinosaur track was discovered a while back, and it was just a single track. And now that they found many others in 2018 in kind of a hard to reach area, a lot of things are described in this paper, including paleobotany of the surrounding environs, because they found some well preserved, kind of a plethora of flowering plants in the area, including Nymphaceae. Is that how you pronounce it? They are basically some kind of water lily.
Okay.
Which I have actually used this paper, I believe, as a part of my basis for flower dance. I don't think I actually included this in the citations there, but yeah,
you can update it. Yeah,
Metaspermites, which is like a kind of like a grape-shaped plant, if I recall correctly, and I can't pronounce this. I'm not going to even try it. So it's just with a T, but it's. I'll include the paper in the show notes so you guys can click on it and try to muddle through it as well. But Metasequoia. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at it right now. It is open access, which is unusual for papers like this, but everybody can read it, which is very cool.
Yeah, everybody. You don't need it's a Nature article. So Fiorillo did this as like a review paper, I think, as well, of what the area was like. So it looks like we've got a mixture of plants that don't exist up here anymore, tropical varieties. So it was very, very warm and wet up here. The area that this was found in, included a low-lying floodplain with shallow lakes and backwater ponds and marshes and channels and whatnot. So many areas that look like that today, but have a whole different variety of plants on them now. So it would have been amazing to see a forest up here 75 million years ago. If not a little terrifying.
Yeah.
I think these might be some of the. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Crosstalk. This is what happens when you have four co-hosts. I believe these might be some of the only good Therizinosaur tracks known. Certainly of this quality, and if people don't know what Therizinosaurs are, they're these gigantic, fat theropods with long necks and big scythe-like claws, and they're herbivorous, and they're so heavy that the first toe, the hallux, has actually re-evolved into a weight-bearing digit.
Yes, because a lot of theropods, including birds, don't have that toe. Except now, birds re-evolved it themselves and turned it backwards to form the little thumb claw, if you will, that they use to perch with.
I guess for people who are looking for a mammalian analogy, it will be something like a panda that evolved from a carnivorous ancestors and have evolved to be herbivorous. Except that whereas pandas just like one long living lineage, with the Therizinosaur, they kind of adaptively radiated into all these different species.
Yeah, they are very strange animals. Very strange even for theropods, which can often be strange on their own terms.
And theropods includes everything from chickens and robins and other little cheap birds to ostriches, all the way up to the big boy Tyrannosaurus Rex and anything in between, including Velociraptor.
Yeah, so I guess for most people who don't know much about dinosaurs, they are the kind of bipedal carnivorous dinosaurs like Velociraptor, Tyrannosaurus. Those guys are theropod dinosaurs. And of course, all the living birds as well.
Yeah.
True.
So yes, they are kind of just another example of how odd theropod dinosaurs kind of the forms that they took throughout history. They're hip bones are actually very much akin to giant ground sloths. So it's probably
True.
a thing that they did. They just sat on their butts all day and used their big long claws to reach branches and pluck it off with their little heads on the ends of very long necks. Must have been a sight to see.
I feel like that actually reminds me. I feel like we should talk about sloth one of these days because,
Oh, yeah.
like most people see sloth as like these slow things that hang out in trees, but there's a lot of there were a lot of extinct sloth that have evolved into all these different forms, and that seems to be a typical thing with a lot of these lineages that living representatives are kind of one form, and people associate like, oh, sloth. It's just these like slow things that hangs out on a tree, and indeed the term sloth is for lazy and stuff. But
whereas these guys died young because they lived too fast. Yeah.
Yeah. So many of these like things that have living representatives, they have extinct relatives that are like more diverse than most people would imagine. Things like sloths or tuatara, which you only have 2 living species today, but you had all these like different types of rhynchocephalian reptiles that live in different ecological niches and stuff like that. So yeah, maybe we should like revisit this whole.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that idea.
I'd be down with that. Even the 2 sloths alive today, Bradypus and Colapus, are not each other's closest relatives.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible too.
Yeah. Sloths are cool.
They're
Sloths
also
are wild. There were even aquatic sloths.
We could do a whole suite of episodes dedicated just to sloths.
Yeah.
Truly. But
also fun to say, sloth.
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 Yeah, sloth.
So I am working on a giant lizard sloth drawing thing, and have been working alongside some other paleo artists, including Yashua Noop. And he has been kind enough to talk to somebody for me, a friend of his that is a biomechanist, bio expert. So he was able to get back to me. And unfortunately, if I base my Alaska Therizinosaur on Northronicus, it's probably impossible to depict or to draw them in this way that I have, which is kind of lying down with its hands in front. So I might have to look at. I've
been meaning to ask this. Is there any other candidate Therizinosaur that you could use in that position?
I think there could be because like I was reminding during our we were having a I don't know.
Now by that pose, do you mean the palm is resting flat on the ground?
No. What I mean by that is it is if I base my Therizinosaur on Northronicus, its anatomy does not allow for it to lay completely down, like with its stomach on the ground.
Oh, I see.
Like on a so their anatomy pretty much shows that they just sit, but I'm kind of looking at other ways to get them to lay down, like, on their side, like chickens do. Chickens have kind of wide hips as well, and they accommodate very well to laying on their sides.
Flop over.
But the way that the flange on Northronicus and its kin, it has kind of evolved there. It's got this big, deep flange to it. Like it's hard to say even where the muscles attach on this hip. And I think Zach, you actually did a lengthy post about this years back on your defunct When Pigs Fly blog, because that's one of the links he found was actually to your blog.
Oh, you're kidding me!
I am not kidding you. Yeah. So like you went into a great amount of detail. Actually, I have it bookmarked. I'm going to be referring back to it. But yeah, the muscles are just weird because you have this huge deep pocket on the front, and it basically makes it impossible for a Therizinosaur to sit with its knees bent in the way that I have it drawn out right now. So I have to either get clever about that, or I have to maybe base it on some other kind of Therizinosaur, because Alaska was a superhighway between Asia and the rest of the United States and Canada because of what we call the Bering Land Bridge, which has appeared
Beringia.
Beringia, yes,
Yep.
which has appeared and disappeared beneath the waves of the Arctic Ocean and the Bering Strait for many, 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 many years and in many, many incarnations. And in the 170 million years ago, it opened up a new wave of traffic, and we were inundated with all kinds of dinosaur species that you would normally associate with more southern climates or closer to more Asian species. So it's kind of I wouldn't call it a mosaic, a gradient. Yeah, I would call it a gradient between Asia and then the southern United States. So we have kind of a melange going on here.
A medley, perhaps?
A medley, a gallimaufry.
Oh,
Yes,
look at that.
We've
And
tied
some
it
of-
all together. We can end the podcast right now.
Some of our dinosaurs even went over there. They have a ceratopsid in China now, and Theris dinosaurs probably originated here in North America.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah.
Interesting,
Falcarius, and Nothornicus, both in Utah. They're the most primitive known, I believe. Wait, no, that
So
might
I'll
not
have to
be
look at
true
some
anymore. You know what? That might not be true.
Yeah, Falcarius is way older than Nothornicus. Nothornicus is late Cretaceous. Falcarius is early Cretaceous, like 100 years ago. And Nothornicus is more like 70, 65 million years ago, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, I do not have the reference in front of me, but you're probably right. I know there's a big gap between them.
Okay. Folks, if you think I'm wrong, I can't stop you from telling me. It's the internet.
Well, you know how to reach us, and maybe we'll put a link right in there in the show notes for that. Yeah. I think I'm the only one who hasn't been reading anything that's directly science related, but it kind of fits in with the melange a little bit. I've been reading mostly about. Well, that's not strictly true, is it? I've been reading a little bit about Dunkleosteus for some reason.
Ooh.
I wonder why.
Why not read about Dunkleosteus?
Why not? That's a great question. Why
Yeah.
not read about
By the way, you have
Does it-
something else that relates to Dunkleosteus, don't you?
Yes.
Oh, I
yes,
do.
You do.
Yes, I do. That's right, I do. We have a robotic cutter in the studio, and we can use it to cut paper and vinyl and all this sort of stuff. And I finally did a good, solid experiment yesterday, and I got a positive and negative effect out of the cutting for a design I did for Dunkleosteus, a design I did for a mask for these COVID-19 days. And the effects look really good. So I want to try to remember to post pictures to go along with other show notes of this, because it came out so nicely. I'm going to chop it down, put it in a frame, and see if anybody's willing to bite, as it were. But it just thrills me just looking at cut paper. I've always loved cut paper as a medium.
This thing does a good job. You should also put a link to your Threadless account with your masks, both the blue and
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yes.
I could do that. Somebody remind me. Yeah.
Yes, Scott has done 2 different colors, blue and red. So
I'm working on green. Green is the
Yes.
next one, because then we'll have the primary spectra. Well, red, green, and blue, obviously. There's nothing more to it than that. But it's got to look right, and it's really hard to do for Threadless and make sure things look good. So that's one of the things I've been reading. Intermittently, I would say I get in and out of looking at Desmostylians, because that's going to be the next Tiki Cosmonaut sort of painting I tackle.
Oh God,
I've
I'm
got
so
some
sorry.
Oh, well, yeah, they're a little strange. But I've got some good reference.
Remember
And-
coming across a +1 paper that was basically like, these guys
Yeah.
are really weird. Here are some reconstructions of them that some of them look like elephant. Some reconstruction make them look like elephant seals, and other ones make them look like hippos. We don't know what
Yep.
the hell. You know?
Yeah,
We have one here in
fortunately, that's not
Alaska.
my problem. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's fortunately not my problem for this particular painting, because I'm only doing the bones. But spatial awareness and doing all this sort of stuff properly with things as complicated as skeletons has always vexed me mightily. And in fact, one of my Tiki Cosmeta paintings, the Elasmosaur one, took me literally 10 years, very nearly 10 years.
Yeah, I
to
remember
finish.
those like sessions of you working on that. That was quite interesting.
Yes, I would swear, I'd struggle and sweat, and it still didn't look any damned good.
And then I'm like, hey, why don't you turn the canvas 90 degrees?
And that was a goddamn it moment, where you just sort of, the art director has the best ideas, really. So
that's why I'm in the cushy chair.
Is that what that is? Oh yeah, she is in the cushy chair because I'm in the library.
Complete with pink My Little Pony blanket. And if you think I'm kidding, I'll take a photo of it and post it online. I'm not.
Oh, I believe you.
Awesome.
I believe you.
Thank you for making me not get up because it's so nice and soft.
Speaking of photos online, if you want to look at how Scott's mask looked like, I believe I tweeted a photo of it maybe a few months ago. So if you want to have a look, you can see, and they look really badass.
Really?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, the masks turned out really well. And people seem to like it, and I gotta say, proceeds from the masks have paid for the microphone I'm using right now. So thank you guys so much out there.
This podcast has been made possible by your Dunkleosteus mask.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I'm one of the big sponsors after all. Yeah.
I would also like to take this moment to thank wholeheartedly Anthony Ruiz for his contribution in getting me my own microphone for my birthday. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Anthony is awesome. So let's see.
He is. He sent me his old phone, if this is the Anthony I'm thinking of.
Different Anthony.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, that was I just call him Tony because, well, that's his name, Tony. But I was talking to him yesterday actually, just to get caught up and stuff like that. He was telling me about the Venus thing, the
phosphine.
The phosphines in Venus, yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's touch on that real fast because
we could do that. Yeah,
fascinating stuff.
Now, I haven't read this myself, so
Neither
you guys are going to have to. Oh, really? You guys are going
to. As far as I could tell, it's kind of like, okay, phosphine is usually associated with decaying organic matter and stuff like that. It can also be brought about through chemical reactions. So at the moment, I guess the thing to determine is the thing that was responsible for the phosphine, is it actually life as we know it? Or is it some other weird chemical reaction that the chemists know, like chemistry that we are currently unaware of, under the really unusual condition that Venus has? So it could be life, or it could be something else. I don't think we are in a position to really say definitively.
No.
Or even anywhere close to definitively saying, like, is it maybe life, or is it maybe weird chemistry, or even whether maybe the weird chemistry is life. So don't really know.
We have.
I don't have expertise to say so.
One thing I've wondered is because the Soviets sent probes to the Venera missions to Venus in the 70s, and I was wondering if it's possible that during deployment that they could have contaminated Venus, with something that's, from Earth.
It depends on, Venus is like extremely hostile. Like they have to build like a spaceship that can survive for maybe a few hours or a few minutes on Venus. Yeah. It's like an extremely hostile environment. Yeah. And I think I remember like hearing one of the people who were there was an interview with one of the people involved, and they say that they had this issue where they sent one of the probes and the lens cap ended up melting onto the camera. So when they tried to turn the camera on, it was just this brown stuff. And according to the anecdote, were one of the mission control people was like, oh, the piece would landed in some kind of like brown muck. And then the other guy was like, yeah, we've landed in deep shit. That's what we. So, that was the anecdote anyway. I have no vouch for whether this is actually what happened, but apparently the lens cap it onto the camera according to that story. And that's why the
interesting.
only photo that we have of Venus is that crappy little photo at that weird angle, because I had to get like even it was know very little about Venus because it's a difficult planet. If Venus was
that's a good
person,
word. Good word.
They're kind of difficult.
Yeah, those Venetians. But how wild would it be of all the planets in the interstellar system that's the one that turns out to have
that would be funny.
Alien life on it. Yeah, it would be funny and hilarious and also kind of creepy at the same time. Because
in science fiction, before we knew Venus was this hell world, that was always the place that seemed likely to harbor life.
Oh yeah.
So maybe it kind of like come around. The other place that in our solar system, the other two places I know of that are like good candidates for potential life are Titan and Europa. And if there are life on Europa, that would probably be the place that would be the closest to the kind of life we have on Earth, because the hypothetical habitat that Europa would provide would be analogous to the kind of deep sea vents, that the hydrothermal deep sea vents that we have and the kind of ecosystem there. So at least that's something like or somewhat comparable to something that we have on Earth. But with the kind of conditions we have on Venus, it's not really, there is nothing on Earth that really compares to it. And also with Titan as well, which if they do have life, it would work on a very different chemistry to us. Simply because it's like, well, there is like a energy going on, but it's really cold as well. So the kind of like cryo form life, it wouldn't be, basically if we were to encounter alien, biologically they would be very different to whatever it is that we are. If
isn't there a moon that's like the whole surface is covered in ice? That's been, oh geez, with cracks in it all over the place. Hasn't that been
Europa
suggested as a? Oh, that's Europa.
Yeah, Europa is that kind of like really, it's got a very relatively smooth surface. The whole surface is ice. Underneath that is like a big ocean, and then inside the core, it's been postulated that there would be. Like,
I'm looking at it right now.
Stuff going on. Yeah, because of like the tidal action, the tidal force of its host planet, the Jupiter. So there's a few other there's a few other moons that are candidates for that, like ice moons that might have under surface oceans that are relatively warm enough for hydrothermal conditions and stuff like that. So those are potential candidates for life that are maybe somewhat comparable to what we have on Earth. If there are life on those other bodies like Titan and Venus, if there are life, they would be really unusual and different to anything that we have on Earth.
Yeah, fascinating stuff there.
Having grown up on a lot of science fiction from all the eras, really, I've always been sort of obsessed with 2001 and 2010, the novelizations, and of course the films, but mostly the novelizations for 2010, because that was just like European life actually makes an appearance. I believe it was to one of the Chinese missions to Europa.
I think it was 2010.
2010, yeah, that was in 2010, yeah. But ever since reading that, and it's like, oh, this is so cool. I mean, it would be amazing to find out about extraterrestrial life being in our own solar system within my lifetime, if possible.
Yeah. Now there are sirens on Titan.
There are what now?
There are what now?
Sirens. Sirens of Titan. Nobody? Oh, come on.
Oh, sorry, crickets.
It's a Kurt Vonnegut book, y'all.
Do I need to read more?
We all need to read more. That's everybody. Let's just read more.
That is the moral of this.
I don't read fiction, but that's a good fiction book. I figured everyone here has read that.
I have not. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Somebody out there in listener land was like, I get that.
There was a Stephen Baxter novel that did feature Titanian.
Oh my
Titan
God.
life. So
Right.
that was the novel. That was a Titan, actually.
Yeah.
Um,
So Sirens of Titan by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. I have to confess, the only Kurt Vonnegut novel I have read has been Mother Night.
I've not heard of that one.
Oh my God, it's pretty intense. But yeah, it's not science fiction per se. But man, I'll have to read that, just because now I know of its existence.
Did he do Ice 9?
Ice 9, I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay.
Maybe so. Hang on, let me just.
I have also read Slaughterhouse 5, so that really doesn't count. So
yeah, it is
between those two, yeah. Wait, was there one more that I've read? I can't remember now. It's been a long time.
It's from his novel Cat's Cradle.
Cat's Cradle, that's what I mean. Great book.
I've only read part of that. I never got around to reading the whole thing, though. So, yeah, Mother Night is worth checking out for sure. And it's, I won't say it's prescient per se, but it is about a broadcaster from Nazi Germany who is caught up by war crimes tribunal, and this is basically his story. But in reality, he was actually broadcasting for the Allies by way of code, using coughs, pauses, and grunts and all that sort of stuff during his delivery of the broadcasting he was doing. So he was doing a lot of propaganda for Nazi Germany, but at the same time, he was delivering code to the Allies. It's definitely a great great book, but that's one of the few of his I read. I've read more of his short stories than I have his long form fiction. But so at some point we do probably need to think about rolling up the episode and calling it good. And I'll go ahead and tell Craig to stop recording. Is there any final thoughts that anybody else has before we?
Not really, unless we want to make it just a thought about the podcast in general, not so much partisan for airing, but we can, if we haven't read anything, you can also talk about what you've been watching as well. So
sure,
talk about things that you've been watching. We can talk about that too.
I've been watching Voyager.
And also, it doesn't have to be science. It doesn't have to
Voyager.
Be relate to
Voyager.
Yes.
Voyager, yes.
Voyager, or anything like that. So
some of the best and also some of the worst of Star Trek.
Agreed.
God, yes.
But
agreed.
It's so spiritually similar to the original series that I just don't care. I'm in it. I love that.
I would never.
Me too.
Yeah. I never really got into Star Trek. I think I've talked about it with you guys before, but Star Trek felt a bit too goofy for me for some reason.
It is that.
Yeah, it's got some goof to it,
and it's an acquired taste, I would say.
And it's goofy in a not in a way that, for example, I'm just thinking of what's this other thing that I was into for a little while. What's that? The show about the guy who's the astronaut? No, not the astronaut. He was an astronaut on a testing new space shuttle prototype thing, and then he got caught in some kind of interstellar vessel.
You're talking about the puppet show with the puppets.
Yeah, the one with the puppets. I forgot.
Farscape.
Oh, Farscape.
Farscape. Yeah. So Farscape, I was watching Farscape for a little while, and what's the other one? Lex, which was very strange. I was watching that for a little while as well. I think Star Trek was just in that uncanny valley place where it was just not quite goofy and weird, and it's very pedestrian in a way, but yet also very goofy.
It can be, but yeah.
So
most Star Trek series really run the gamut between I can't believe they're doing this and this is really good.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Space opera.
Literally, exactly.
Soap opera in space.
Yeah.
I just wish to issue a self-correction in that Nothronicus is 90 million years ago, not 70.
Wow. That's older than I thought. What's Falcarius then?
Let's see. I guess I could consult the internet.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Let's see.
Who will get it first?
He says early Cretaceous. That Wikipedia says early Cretaceous. That's not super.
That not
Barrowmanian.
Not help me.
Barrowmanian. So 130 million years ago.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
That's not Nothronicus. That's
Falcarius.
Falcarius, yeah.
Still, that's like a gulf. I didn't think they were that far apart.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Nothronicus is highly derived if you look at it.
All right.
Yep.
I learned something tonight.
Awesome. That's what we aim to learn. Every podcast is something. All right, Zach.
Do you have any closing remarks, Zach?
Oh, closing thoughts. No, I'm just excited to get back into podcasting a little bit. Talk about stuff that I can't really talk about with anyone else because they're not as nerdy about paleo as me. So this is exciting.
All right, cool.
Excellent. All right.
Yeah, pretty much the same for me. So I might like talk about other things that I can't find anyone else to subject to. That's what this podcast is for, right?
Absolutely. It's not just for, for them, it's for us as well. I mean, how often do we get a chance to do this? Well, kind of weekly, don't we? The SciArt Hangout.
Do we really want to do this weekly? I like doing the Hangout weekly. I don't want to record podcasts on a weekly.
Yeah. Like monthly, huh?
I will do it when my schedule allows. Monthly is probably great.
Yeah. Same.
Monthly sounds good.
But we do tend to bring up these conversations a lot in the SciArt Hangout on a weekly basis. So that's one of the reasons to really look forward to the weekend for us anyway. All right. If that's it, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording here, and we'll figure out some sort of intro and outro later.
Yeah, Scott and I will work something out.
Edit and post.
Through the magic of edit.
They're wedding for other country and making wedding, and which husband go for other country. They're after 4-5 years not come back father village, not meet to father family. One day their girl come in Chatas and crying, I went go my father country. Many years, long time I stay with husband. Like this come in Chatas and play to song. This song now we not play. No, apa orang body ni?
Beware the radio, do the pois.
bada mere magariyo jogariyo guru de bada mere ma hey tolayo gari lagari tayo gari lagari gariyo Maro masdu ke pet goriro gariro masdu ke pet Are jumba jumba Lumba, chuma chum, Lumba, Are Lumba, Gora madana kera Mare tumba janali tumba jumba chiki tumba janali tumba Karare samadaja mein to kodare bangaya Kara samadaja mein to koda mangaya Adene nakari nare Mane gori di to podi apa Poja dio Gora mana nakera Padachire no ke me to palaniya gina Padachire no ke me to palaniya re gino Are doje tingda Tonya to dio Goramada Luba jumba Are lumba Are jumba
Radio.
Beware.
Radio.
One of nature's greatest wonders is the ability of the human ear to distinguish among the millions of sounds around us. Listen. Recognize those sounds? Surely. Each sound has a distinctive pitch, loudness, and quality. You will hear later how these characteristics are determined by the frequency, intensity, and form of sound waves in the air. Waves which your ears pick up and analyze. But first, let's investigate what causes sound. The source of every sound is a vibrating body. Take, for example, a drum. The vibrating drumhead pushes against the air every time it moves outward. It shoves the air molecules against other air molecules, compressing the air. This compression moves away as the drumhead moves inward, leaving a region where the air is slightly thinner than normal. On the next outward push of the drumhead, another region of compression is formed and started on its way outward. We call these pulses of compressions and rarefactions pressure waves. As long as the drumhead vibrates, pressure waves will be generated and sent through the air. When waves of sufficient strength reach your ears, they push on your eardrums, setting them to vibrating too. It's these vibrations which your brain interprets as sound.
You're as silent as the grave. It's what your friends call being brave. Won't say where your heart is gone. It's in careful hands or none. Oh dear one, what have you done? You're as lovely as the dew. It's what your lovers see in you. But I'm creation's oversight, a cloud that never knew the light, and another and uptight. Well, I know the roots of pain, while you drag them up again, it's better to be broken down than let your heart be turned to stone. Oh dear one, what have you done?
Welcome to the Goodwin Sands radiogram, broadcasting to the mainland from LV-1A Terra Nova. Good evening. Well, the sea around us has been a little rough today, what with the English weather. Our usual supply ship couldn't dock with us safely, so we are surviving on yesterday's rations. But as long as we have our listeners, ladies and gentlemen, we will press on. On this evening's program, we would like to introduce a new way of listening, both through us here at the station and through our listeners.
Oh, just have a small one, whatever. We'll do like a baby one. Yeah.
Did you want one as well? I should have started with, my name is John Carlo and I eat fish and chips every day. Because it's true, I would try at least one chip a day.
Jumbo or small?
it's not okay. My excuse is okay. I need to quality control. Okay, that's the excuse. But the other excuse is that I love them. I love them, and you know why? Because I know that the fish is good, the potatoes are good, the oil is clean. You know, it's okay. Okay, I shouldn't say these things. I won't tell you what we put in our batter mix then. That would be the second thing that I was going to say. No, but I do take pride. I co-manage alongside my parents, mom and dad. And yeah, I've been here for almost 18 years now, since 1997. One last one, yeah, so we moved over when I was 8 years old. So basically, I grew up within these walls. Yeah, so I started working here when I was 14. My first shift was a Sunday morning shift. Yeah, I still remember the customers that came in that day. Actually, I still see them like to this day because I wasn't really sure with the wrapping. Mom and Dad showed me all. Thank you very much. I consider myself a second generation immigrant, although I was born and raised half raised in Italy. I still consider myself a second generation immigrant, and I feel that my integration is not complete, not total, because I still feel there's quite a bit of a difference between my way of being and what people might consider, very British. But even if I go to Italy, people will still feel the same. So they'll say, "You're not from around here," They say, "You're." So when I'm in Italy, they say, "Oh, here's the English man." When I go out in England, they say, "Oh, here's the Italian man," So I don't know, a man without a home. I say jokingly that I belong in France because it's halfway between Italy and England.
Hello. The shop is called Hakel's. When I was at art college, I was always a big fan of this botanist and illustrator called Ernest Haeckel, who's German. He has a museum just outside of Berlin, which I believe is his original house. And he just there were just incredible drawings of sea life, and he documented all the different types of seaweed, and he just did it in this kind of incredibly intricate, just accurate way, and it just always stuck in my head as like a kind of a good example of I don't know, just having a real passion for something, which is like pre-computers and all that kind of thing, and when you look at them, it's just totally mind-blowing. There's only two of our perfumes that have actual seaweed in. But so, it's not by any means some kind of new thing or some radical thing. I mean, like you think about China and Japan and Korea, it's a massive part of their diet and a massive part of their skincare routine as well. So I was out there working, doing some jobs in Shanghai, and it was just always around, and it was always on set as a snack, and the more I looked into it and kind of looked into how they used it and what a massive business it was over there, when we moved here, it's kind of, we get an awful lot of seaweed here. I think the average beach is 600 tons a year. We get 6,000 tons. And it's the same seaweed that is used pretty much throughout the cosmetics industry. People tend to camouflage it a little bit because of the negative kind of connotations. Yeah, okay, there's 2 halves to the shop. Product on this side of the room is perfumes, which don't have any names, only GPS codes. And you put those codes into your computer or your phone. You travel to the spot, and where you've stood should smell like the bottle, because that's where the ingredients came from. I made everyone a bar of soap one Christmas. I think we just moved here, and I was like, I didn't want to do my old job anymore, and I was kind of like, you know, what am I going to do? And you kind of like get out of London, and you get into this kind of like different mindset of like, you know, how do you change your life a bit, or do something more wholesome, or like I think Margate kind of brings that out of people as well. It's like a town where there's no point moving here unless you kind of go and get involved, you know. So I made everyone a bar of soap and packaged it up and gave it to everyone. And then I would go around to the house having a dinner party or just a party or whatever, having drinks, go to their bathroom, and this bar of soap was on their sink, but no one was using it, you know. And I was like, they'll think, oh, I'm just going to take the skin off or something, you know. And so I quizzed them about it. It's like, what's going on? Why aren't you using the soap? And they were like, oh, it's so beautiful that we just like having it on display. And then it was like a light bulb moment of sort of, we've turned something that was a negative into something that people covet, you know. And then from there it just kind of snowballed, you know.
And now here's the shipping forecast. Thames, Dover, Portland and Plymouth, variable 6 or 7, but northerly or northeasterly 7 or 8, occasional gale in south, backing northwesterly later. Heavy thundery showers, visibility moderate or good, becoming poor later. The RNLI advise every precaution should be taken for safe sea passage around the sands and through the channel.
Been on the crew now for 6 years here. Yeah, I work locally as a local handyman in Deal and Warmer, so I'm always around. Pager can go off day or night, so I can commit to giving quite good daytime cover and nighttime cover. Sort of down tools and run to the lifeboat station at safe speed. So you don't get paid for what you do here. Sometimes you might have a false alarm, or sometimes you could be in the water for 5 or 6 hours. You're never going to know when the pager goes off, you don't know what to expect really. It could be a job where you're in and out an hour, or you could be out there for quite a long time. So I'm Dan Sinclair, Warmer Lifeboat Station.
Nicola Goodvan, Warmer Lifeboat. I've been here coming up 18 years this year, and I'm a Coast Guard as well, watch manager at Dover, so if I'm not here then I'll be coordinating any search and rescue action.
So we've got 2 inshore lifeboats here, so they're both ribs, both inflatables, so they live in a boathouse opposed to being sat out in the water all the time. Both the Atlantic 85 can carry 4 crew, minimum of 3, and the Deep class can carry 2 crew, maximum of 4. They both have their limitations. I mean, the Atlantic won't go out in any more than a force 8, and the Deep class won't go out in any more than a force 4 at night time. So unlike the all-weather lifeboats from Dover and Ramsgate, they can go in any weather, any time of the day. We've got to be a bit cautious because the casualty unfortunately comes to the bottom of our agenda. Safety is paramount for us, our crew, our boat, and then it's casualties. So if we look out the window and it's really, really blowing hard, we put our own lives at risk, 4 lives at risk to potentially save 1 life. So it's just taking all that into consideration, really. Now I've got a 26 strong boat crew and about 15 shore crew, and that's all the people who are on station. But we've also got all the fundraisers, the launching authorities, and people behind the scenes who you don't really see as much of. So it could take probably about 60 people to run this station, and that's just one station. They're all volunteers, no one gets paid. Some stations have full-time paid crew. For example, Thames, Great End, they do 12-hour shifts because they're very busy. They can have a Tower Lifeboat can have 500 call-outs a year. And that's obviously quite a busy station. Opposed to us, we have maybe 17 to 20. One year we had 38. So why would you pay to have people here when they can volunteer for 17 times a year? They're volunteering their time, opposed to being paid all the time, where it's not necessary to have them here all the time.
Swimmers, horses, dogs, people, yachts, boats, fishing boats, calls to large vessels, commercial vessels transiting the Dover Strait,
first aid
Yeah,
scenarios.
it's plentiful. You name it, we could end up going to it really.
And so searching is, we don't do it too much, but
A lot of towing goes on, isn't it? Towing yachts or fishing boats. In the summer, inflatables, children on inflatables blowing out to sea, an offshore wind. You know, there's no way they can get back to shore. So that's quite a repetitive service we're called to.
yachts on the Goodwin Sands.
The Goodwin Sands, which lies 5 to 8 miles off the coast of Deal, was notorious for being one of the most dangerous obstructions. I'm sure there's a better word. One of the most notorious places where ships run aground in the world. An utterly notorious place and frightening place, and where many ships and many lives have been lost. And the Deal boatmen were well known for their heroic activities, which they did there, which in rescuing goods and rescuing people. My name's Jerry, and I do a bit of writing, do a bit of gesturing about on this little rock that's spinning around in an infinite universe. But I believe I'm being talked to because of a book I wrote, so we'll run with that for now. The story really starts when I'd finished school and all that kind of stuff, and I was tour guiding around Deal. And to do the tour guiding, I was reading up on the history of the town, and I came across something interesting. It was just a little paragraph in one of the books about how a load of people 150 years ago emigrated from Deal to New Zealand, and all of them emigrated to the same place in New Zealand. And I think it mentioned that there was some kind of little community or something named after them or something. Either way, I read that, thought nothing of it, carried on with my life. That's all you can do. Fast forward 6 months and I was travelling from England to Australia by land. Long trip via Iran, Pakistan, Burma, a lot of interesting places. And yeah, I ended up in Australia. I mean, that's another story in itself. But I ended up in Australia and I had no money whatsoever. So I thought, what can I do? It's not going to cost anything. I was doing a bit of busking. I was getting money from that, singing the Beatles to commuters in Sydney, which was great actually. You sing on the trains, all the seats face the same way. It's like playing in a theatre. And, you know, I thought I was the next Elvis, but they probably thought I was the next Mr. Bean or something, but they gave me money. Anyway, that got me enough to get over to New Zealand. And I thought, well, I'm going to track these people down. I made a call before I left on the flight to New Zealand just to see if there's any of the descendants. I rang a museum the museum in the town where they supposedly emigrated to. And they were really enthusiastic, and they were like, wow, you're from Deal and you're coming here. Well, we've got lots of stuff we can show you. And yeah, that's where the story really started. And I stayed there for 2 months. I was hitchhiking. I managed to hitchhike the whole island, interviewing people that were the descendants from there. And they were all putting me up, and they were saying, this is great. A few of them, the more religious ones, were convinced I was sent by God. But yeah, I didn't think I was, but anyway. The reason they emigrated was a stroke of luck. One of the emigration officers at the time, his surname is Fitzgerald. It's a good few years ago I wrote this, but something Fitzgerald. Anyway, James, I think. He took pity on them because he had spent some of his youth in Deal and he had an attachment to the town, so he actually went out of his way to fund the passage of up to 58 people or so. It's about in total the venture was about 12, 13 families. So he kind of took pity on them, and he kind of went out of his way to say, look, there's some opportunities in New Zealand, which was, been recently colonised, needed people, needed boatmen. And boatman's the key word, not fishermen. The reason this town here, Deal, exists is because the water out there is a safe place for ships to anchor. It's a safe place because there is a giant sandbank called the Goodwin Sands 5 to 8 miles off, which acts as a breakwater, and between the Goodwin Sands and the shore, I say it's safe, I mean everything's relative, but it's one of the safest places you can anchor. That's on one of the main routes that was taken off during colonialism and exploration, which is from the Thames going all the way round past here and across the English Channel and onto Afar and back again. Now, these ships were sailing ships up until the 19th century. And the whole point was sailing ships had to anchor to wait for the right wind to then blow them where they're going. The 19th century saw the invention of steam power, and the steamship killed Deal.
Well, it's the heroism of those men that lived in Deal 100 years ago, before we ever walked on pavements, and I don't know, the fact that they were all living here and walking down Middle Street, and they all had boats, and all the boats were on the beaches, and we'll never see that, and how they lived, and I thought they should be brought into people's consciousness as people who lived here and went to sea, and the sea's always changing, and sometimes it's mountainous, but these people were willing to go to sea every day to save people. And I know some stories have been told that they were doing it for their own ends, but they at least went to save people, and every day they were putting their lives at risk. My name's Nikki Vowles, and I've been a full-time artist for a couple of years now. I wanted to be a full-time artist, and I didn't have a clue what I was going to do, because I'd been teaching students to research and their themes, and I'd always wanted to do that, and suddenly given the time to do that, I didn't know what to do, and I thought, should it be flowers, should it be landscapes, what should it be? And it took me a couple of months to actually think, well, I'm a sailor, we've got a boat, we rely on the lifeboatmen, and we've used them once, and I thought Deal must have a real history with rescues from the Goodwin Sands, which we face.
No chart or GPS will ever be fully up to date, because the sands are constantly moving all the time. If you compare a chart from 10 years ago to one today, a lot of the sand's not there, or it's moved, so no one's ever going to know exactly. The only way you're ever going to do it is either go over it in the plane and see where it is at the time, but in a few months' time that's going to shift, some big heavy seas and big winds. So yeah, we still get yachts and vessels stuck on the Goodwin Sands. A lot of the times you just have to stand by them, wait for the water to rise, and then float them back off or tow them back to safety. But it is a vast area, and they can be completely high and dry, and there's not a lot you can do. It's still quite a scary place. I mean, dark night, fog, thick black, rain, whatever. It'd be a horrible, horrible night when someone's out there. So even though we train up here to such an extent, we know the ins and outs of the sand personally, because we try and get around there a few times a year just so we know where everything is. For someone who's doesn't really know what they're doing out there on a yacht, maybe just recently bought the yacht, come aground on it, that'd be a terrifying place, and it's scary for us, so let alone what they must be thinking. It's not their area, they don't know what's happening, they've hit a sandbank, have they hit land? Oh no, land's 5 miles that way, so it's a horrible, horrible area.
Don't get lost souls out there.
Took a trip from Dover, took a boat over. It took us about 30 minutes to get there, and it was amazing because we actually saw the sunrise while we were arriving there, so imagine the scene, it was beautiful. And then we landed on the sand. The thing that caught me the most was the silence. There is absolute silence, and it's a different silence than the one that I get on the beach here. Maybe because the beach here is shingles, so when the waves touch it, there's a bit of shingle noise. Because you can still hear the sound of the sea, but it's different. There is no background noise, although the background noise is almost unperceivable here. Over there, you can tell because it's absolutely in existence. You know, they tell you that you will only start to see it like when you get really close to it, and then it was just like a thin black line on the horizon, which with some little intermittence, because obviously the sands are not even, they're uneven, they're like dunes more than anything. And I'm very sorry folks, but I'm gonna have to serve this guy, just 1 second. Indian chicks over there, isn't it? Oh, I think you're gonna have to wait
Well, it's just, we live in front of the sea, and you can see every single day it changes, doesn't it? And sometimes it looks like mercury, and it's sort of glowing and it looks solid, and sometimes it's just got white foam on the top, and all the angles change, and sometimes they're smooth and sometimes they're sharp, and the sound. And the fact that you can use it to travel to places. My particular interest is people who were gallant and wanted to rescue people. And it reflects the sky, and it meets the sky, and it's not interrupted with trees and houses, and you can see a long distance if you want to, or you can just focus on what's beneath your feet. The sea is all about surface decoration.
Your only reference point there, okay, you can see the coast, but your only real reference point when you look out at the other side is this big red boat. They call the East Goodwin Lightship. It is a boat that delimitates, it's lighthouse basically. It's a light boat, a light ship that tells other boats to beware, basically. Because, you know, if you go this side of the boat, you might be in danger. So watch out.
I've got no doubt that the nostalgia to deal would have been strong. Many things have changed in the world, but the sea is still there. Yeah.
The Goodwin Sands radiogram was conceived, written and produced by Ben Horman, with music by Joe Jones. The announcer was Peter Kelly. For more information, please visit www.goodwinsandsradio.org and like us on Facebook. Please keep your wireless tuned for further broadcasts, and we wish you a pleasant evening.
Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why, oh why can't I? At one time or another in our lives, everyone asks themselves questions. Why? We, the juniors of Canarsie High School, were born into a world where we have only known war, corruption in our government, racial problems in our country, pollution in our air and waters, and above all, a great distrust among the generations. That land, the land that we dream of, the land over the rainbow, could be our land. But we must work toward, all of us, to make our nation the greatest possible nation, the nation that it really should be. We, the juniors of Canarsie High School, know our responsibility and our obligation, and we accept the challenge. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly over the rainbow. Why, oh why can't I? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I proudly present to you the junior alma mater.
beat. Well, it sounds so neat. Hear a happy sound. You want to gather around. It's contagious. Makes you want to get involved. It's contagious.
Get involved, everyone. Clap your hands. Join together. Let's have a good time.
See your smiling face. Your troubles all erase. You hear a song begin. You want to join right in. It's contagious. Makes you want to get involved. It's contagious. You want to get involved. Get involved. It's contagious. Makes you want to get involved. It's contagious. You want to get involved. It's contagious. Makes you want to get involved. It's contagious. Contagious.
When I saw God, he had a long white beard, and he brings me gifts at the end of the year. But the big one comes in the by and by from the Santa Claus up in the sky.
From the Santa Claus up in the sky.
When I saw God, he was a vending machine. You drop in the coin and he makes the scene. Push the right button and what have you got? Instant first aid, right on the spot.
Instant first aid, right on the spot.
Well, I think of God as the great computer. You feed him the facts, he's the instant tutor. He's gotta be right, sure it's easy to see, since the stars haven't fallen into the sea.
Since the stars haven't fallen into the sea.
I think of God like in a museum, kept under glass, where I can go see him. It's such a comfort to see him there. He's near to me and not off somewhere.
He's near to me and not off somewhere.
When I'm in trouble, he's like a silver lining, although that does seem quite confining for the one who cares for people like me. He's not at all like we describe him to be.
He's not at all like we describe him to be.
Well, I think we ought to take a look and see what it says in the old book. For all of us have expressed our thoughts, his size, his shape, or what we've been taught.
I can see God in the flowers that grow in spring. I can see God in the little bird on the wing. I can see God in the center of everything.
But how can he see you back? Don't you want God to see you?
I can hear God as I'm listening to the rain. I can hear God as I walk through a wooded lane. I can hear God as all nature sings its refrain.
But how can he hear you back? Don't you want God to hear you?
We can know God through the millions of stars above. We can know God because we know that God is love. We can know God in the thoughts we are thinking of.
But how can he know you back? Don't you want God to know you?
God doesn't see us through the flowers, doesn't see us through the birds.
God doesn't gaze with mystic powers, chanting mumbo-jumbo words.
God doesn't hear us through the forest, doesn't hear us through the rain.
God doesn't need creation's chorus just to hear me call his name.
God doesn't know us through the starshine. That's a long, long way around. Standing his great celestial skyline. Not a single
But right now, by the miracle of recording, we're going to go to a recent Sunday morning service in the which two precious little girls were singing. Their names, Robin and Crystal Bernard. Reverend and Mrs. Jerry Bernard are the parents. Jerry is accompanying Robin and Crystal as they sing, but this is a happy song, a song that they sang in the Sunday morning service that was televised nationwide. We had so many requests for them to do it again that that's exactly what they did. The Monkey Song. It's their answer to the ridiculous theory of evolution. So right now, by the miracle of recording, Robin and Crystal Bernard singing a song that probably you haven't heard before, but I'm sure after you hear it this time, you'll want to be hearing it again. I don't know of any better way than just to call it what it is. It's the Monkey Song, and it's about the monkey theory, the ridiculous theory of evolution that refutes the Bible account of creation. Robin and Crystal Bernard.
I'm no kin to the monkey, no, no, no. The monkey's no kin to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know much about his ancestors, but mine didn't swing from a tree. It seems so unbelievable, and yet they're saying it's true. They're teaching us about it in school now, that humans were monkeys once too. Whoa, I'm no kin to the monkey, no, no, no. The monkey's no kin to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know much about his ancestors, but mine didn't swing from a tree. Although it's so ridiculous, they're teaching us now that it's true. The teachers that came from a monkey would be better off in a zoo. Whoa, I'm no kin to the monkey, no, no, no. The monkey's no kin to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know much about his ancestors, but mine didn't swing from a tree. It seems so much more believable, and surely, surely it's true. That God made man in his image, no monkey story will do. Whoa, I'm no kin to the monkey, no, no, no. The monkey's no kin to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know much about his ancestors, but mine didn't swing from a tree. This monkey business has to go, because it just isn't true. It's such a disgrace to the monkey, a disgrace to the human race too. Whoa, I'm no kin to the monkey, no, no, no. The monkey's no kin to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know much about his ancestors, but mine didn't swing from a tree. Mine didn't swing from a tree. Mine didn't swing from a tree.
Hey. Thank you, girls. That's great. They'll sing again for us in just a moment. What are they going to sing next in a little while? The ecumenical movement?
The ecumenical movement.
Ecumenical movement. And that's going to be something special.
We hear a lot of talk about the ecumenical movement. They say that we should get together and all be one big family. Catholic, Protestant, and Jew, Buddhist, Muslim, and Hindu. I guess they want the devil too in the ecumenical movement. They always talk about the golden rule and the Sermon on the Mount. But whether you've ever been born again doesn't even seem to count. I know my sins are all forgiven, and I am on my way to heaven. My trust is in the Lord and not the ecumenical movement. 'Tis modern now to talk about the ecumenical movement. The old-time way's not good enough, it all must be forgotten. The Virgin's birth, the Trinity, the blood of Christ on Calvary, they've made a better way, you see, through the ecumenical movement. They always talk about the golden rule and Sermon on the Mount. But whether you've ever been born again doesn't even seem to count. I know my sins are all forgiven, and I am on my way to heaven. My trust is in the Lord and not the ecumenical movement. These folks, they always talk about the ecumenical movement. Say we all travel different roads, but they all lead to heaven. But God's word is plain. the golden rule and the Sermon on the Mount. But whether you've ever been born again doesn't even seem to count. I know my sins are all forgiven, and I am on my way to heaven. My trust is in the Lord and not the ecumenical movement. My trust is in the Lord and not the ecumenical movement.
And all the people said, amen. Thank you, Robin and Crystal.
I hear music and there's no one there. I smell blossoms and the trees are bare. All day long I seem to walk on air. I wonder why. I wonder why. I keep tossing in my sleep at night. And what's more, I've lost my appetite. Stars that used to twinkle in the sky are twinkling in my eyes. I wonder why. Tell me why, Faye. You don't need analyzing, and it's not so surprising that you feel just the way you do. Your heart goes pitter-patter. I know just what's the matter, because I've been there once or twice. So put your little head on my shoulder. You need someone that's older, or rubbed down with a velvet glove. Now there is nothing you can take to relieve that pleasant ache. You're not sick, Jeannie. You're just in love. I hear music and there's no one there. I smell blossoms and the trees are bare. All day long I seem to walk on air. I wonder why. Because I've been there once. Take your job in love.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elvis Presley. I'm here to entertain you with Casio's karaoke machine. This is our new $129. You too can sing along with the king, because everybody's got a little bit of the king in them. And the king says he wants you to sing. He wants you to sing like the king. Uh-huh. Now get your leg going too now. Uh-huh. Get your lip too. Uh-huh. All right, people. I'm going to be doing some tunes for it. And I got special Elvis mementos so you can all remember that you saw the king here in Chicago at the Casio karaoke booth. All right, thank you. I walked through a party at the county jail. Prison band was there and they began to wail. Band was early born and the joint began to jump. The whole rhythm section was a purple gang. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the wholesale block was dancing to the jailhouse rock. Spider Murphy played on the saxophone. Little Joe was blown on the slide trombone. John Bob Millen on the crash boom bang. Could have heard them knocked out jailbirds sing, let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the wholesale block was dancing to the jailhouse rock. Number 47 said to number 3, are you the cutest jailbird I ever did see? Sure will be delighted with your company. Come and do the jailhouse rock with me. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the wholesale block, we're dancing to the jailhouse rock. Let's rock it, cats. I got some Elvis mementos here. You can remember your visit with Elvis. Here you go, sir. All right, thank you. There you go, a little memento with Elvis. A sad sack was sitting on a block of stone, over in the corner sitting all alone. Warden said, hey, buddy, don't you be no square. You can't find a partner, use a wooden chair. That's right. Everybody get your Elvis memento. Everybody get yourself away. Elvis way. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in the wholesale block, stand to the jailhouse rock. All right. We got more for you here. Plus, we got special Elvis gifts here, Elvis presents. You get your own Elvis present here. I'm giving them out for you. All right. Did you get your Elvis gift, sir? There you go. Get your Elvis gift. Get your Elvis gift. Everybody wants an Elvis gift here. I think everybody does want an Elvis gift. I know I want to give out an Elvis gift. You know you can find me standing on the Casio booth. It's been such a long time since I've been dead. You know it feels real good to be here singing for you. Baby, don't make me mad. Don't walk away. Stand over here and listen to me. Give you a serenade. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. I don't want no other love. Oh, baby, it's just you. I think you know. Feel this way. Come on over here and love me. You know what I want you to say. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. Why should we be apart? I really love you, baby. Bless my heart. So walk to the preacher, baby, say I do. Then you'll know you have me, and I know that I'll have you. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. Don't want no other love, baby, it's just you. I think you know. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. Don't want no other love, baby, it's just you. I think you know. All right, thank you, people. The King's going to take a little break now. Just a little break. Baby, love and teddy bear. I put a chain around my back, lead me anywhere, 'cause you know I love computers and stuff. You tigers play too rough. I don't like to stick my fingers in light sockets 'cause they hurt. Just wanna be a computer geek. I trip over my toes and oh, let me be your teddy bear. Let me be around you all night. Run your fingers through my hair and cuddle me real tight. Oh, let me be your teddy bear. I don't wanna be a tiger. Tigers play too rough. I don't wanna be a lion. 'Cause lions ain't the kind you're loving of. I just wanna be your teddy bear. I put a chain around my neck and lead me anywhere. Oh, let me be your teddy bear. Oh, let me be. Just wanna be your teddy bear. All right, thank you very much. Now, this is the Casio karaoke system here. You just put a tape in here and you can sing along with it. You can sing with the king because that's what we're all really having inside of us. We have the king inside of us. The king is here with us tonight. And I want y'all to realize that. If anybody wants to come up here and sing with me, I'll be delighted because we all have Elvis in us. I want y'all to feel Elvis inside of you. I want to hear him. And then Elvis is saying to you, he wants you to sing. He wants you to sing like the king. Now he wants you to hear you go, uh-huh, uh-huh. You want to get that leg going now too. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Get your lip now. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Anybody want to come up here and sing with me? I got all kinds of music here you can all sing with. I'll be happy and delighted to cue it up for you and have it all set up. You too can sound like the king. All right, people. Not too many takers here, but I got a few gifts here left over. I got a few things here I can give to people. Here, a little treasure from Elvis. All right, nice catch. Anybody can sing. Anybody can sing like the king. Because the king is with us. The king is universal. The king is it.
It's what I call blowing the jet. First you put your two knees close up tight. You swing into the left and then you swing into the right. A step around the floor kinda nice and light. And then you twist around and twist around with all your might. Throw your loving arms away out in space. You do the eagle rocker with the style and grace. Put your left foot out and bring it on back. And that's what I call ballin' the jet. Good, you put your two knees close up tight. You swing into the left and then you swing into the right. Step around the floor kinda nice and light. You twist around and twist around with all your might. Throw your loving arms way out in space. You do the eagle rocker with the style and grace. Put your left foot out, bring it on back. And that's what I call ballin' a jet. And then you twist around with all of your might. Throw your left arms away out in space. You do the eagle rocker with the style and grace. Put your left foot out, bring it on back. And that's what I call ballin' a jet. What I call ballin' a jet.
Earl C. Festoon here. Have a special treat in store for you music lovers. I've brought my homely wife, who's a lovely... my lovely wife, who's a homemaker, out to sing this evening, making her first appearance on the stage. Mrs. Festoon and I have been together for quite a few years. We first married a few years back. She used to get up early in the morning, about 4:30, and I'd make coffee in my pajamas. And then about 2 years later, we bought a coffee pot. What? Oh, yes. Go ahead, dear.
Babies board the silver moon, sailing in the sky, sailing o'er the sea of sleep, while
Lovely.
Baby's fishing for a dream, fishing near and far. His line a silver moonbeam is, his bait a silver thorn. Sail, baby, sail out upon the sea. Only don't forget to sail back again to me.
Wonderful, dear.
I was born in a basement in 1959. The Golden Rule is my birth certificate. The bloodlines of two great nations run in my veins because I offer free enterprise opportunity to those chained to a dull, futureless job and a drab existence. I am many things. I am many people. I am 80,000 living souls and the spirit of millions who have lived and died so that men might be free. I'm the spirit of French fur traders and the voyageurs, the Americans crossing the continent in covered wagons. I'm the spirit of the 49ers. I'm the combined enthusiasm of a New Orleans Mardi Gras and a Calgary Stampede. And I am brotherhood of Scottish, English, French Canadians, mingled with Italian, Irish, Negro Americans, and many more. My colors are the red and white of the flags of two great nations, and the blue of the sky that spans them both. I am the spirit that built the Canadian Pacific Railway and the Mackinac Bridge, the St. Lawrence Waterway and the Panama Canal. I can build dreams as big as you can conceive. I am large and growing, sprawling from Atlantic to Pacific now, and my arms reach out to embrace Alaska and Hawaii and Puerto Rico. My industry is making life better in quiet villages, in cities that never sleep, and on millions of farms, because uncommon men and women have had the God-inspired faith to follow my quest across forest, field, mountain, desert. You can look at me and see the glory of the past, the growth of the present, the promise of the future. I have been a dreamer, a builder. I have worked hard to create a success story that men said could not be done. Yes, these are the things I am. I was born in freedom, and God willing, in freedom I will spend the rest of my days. May I possess always the integrity, the courage, the strength to keep myself unshackled, to remain a citadel of freedom, a beacon of hope, a wellspring of free enterprise opportunity to all the people of this great land. This is my wish, this is my goal, and this is my prayer in this year, 1968, almost 9 years since I was born. I am Amway.
Let us make a record for my Lord. Let us make a record for my Lord. Come on, let's make a record for my Lord. Let's make a record for my Lord. Prophet Isaiah made a record for my Lord. Prophet Isaiah made a record for my Lord. Ezekiel made a record for my Lord. Ezekiel made a record for my Lord. Just let's make a record for my Lord. Let's make a record for my Lord. I want to make a record for my Lord. Hallelujah. Come on, let's make a record. I want to make a record for my Lord. Want to make a record for my Lord. I want to make a record for my Lord. Don't you want to make a record for my Lord? Don't you want to make a record for my Lord? Holy, holy, holy. My God, come on, let's make a record. Give up the world. Give up Lucifer. He's no good, a demon, a lying one. Let's make a record for my Lord. Come on, let's make a record for my Lord. He done made a record for my Lord. He done made a record for my Lord. I say, he done made a record for my Lord. He done made a record for my Lord. Don't you want to make a record for my Lord? Don't you want to make a record for my Lord? Well, I'm going to make a record for my Lord. I'm going to make a record for my Lord. Hallelujah. Glory. Hosanna. Hosanna. Hey, Lord, Lord, I want to make a record for my Lord. Want to make a record for my Lord. Come on, let's make a record for my Lord. Let's make a record for my Lord. Praise Him. Praise Him. Praise Him. Hallelujah. Praise Him. Praise Him.
Picking girls up in a women's clothing store is one of the boldest pickups because you go straight to where the girls are. The smartest guys use the prince who is all thumbs approach. Charming, but simultaneously a little helpless. After all, a prince knows how to shop for his own clothes, but when it comes to getting a gift for his sister or aunt in a women's department, he needs a little help. And girls love to help a just slightly helpless prince. It gives them a good feeling about themselves because it's a woman's instinct to help a man and make him happy, whether it's shopping or, as you know, in bed. In Boston, Frank really hit the jackpot. Frank himself had put on some sharp sport clothes because you can't operate in a clothing store looking like a bum, since the girls in stores are all very clothes conscious. Listen how Frank, a prince who's all thumbs, takes his time, letting his natural friendliness and sincerity do the trick for him.
Excuse me, but I need a little help.
I'm sorry, I don't work here.
Oh, I could tell that by the way you dress, but that's why I think you could really help me.
I think you really need a salesperson. There's one right over there.
Now this chick isn't making it easy for Frank, but he plays it slow and easy. He hasn't even thrown her the bait yet. Now he turns on some of the prince's charm.
But that sales lady obviously doesn't have your good taste. I can tell that by the way you're dressed. If she helps me pick out a birthday present for my sister will hate it.
Oh, you're getting a present for your sister?
Suddenly, a little interest from the chick. Like any girl, she loves presents. Most girls even like to pick them out for people they don't even know. And this girl is no exception.
Yeah, it's my sister's 21st birthday, and I want to get her something just right. But she has the same look you do. You know, the same nice figure, the same dramatic-looking, classy clothes.
Oh, thank you.
But when I look at these blouses on the rack, I can't imagine what they'd look like on her.
It does take some practice to be able to tell.
Now she's warming up a little to our prince. She's sympathetic. He's alternating charm with being all thumbs, and the combination seems to be working. Listen.
What size is your sister?
That's another thing. I'm not really sure. Wait! She's about your size, maybe an inch shorter. What size do you wear?
An 8, but these blouses are all small, medium, and large, so she's probably a medium, like me.
Oh, brother, I'll never find what I need. Even if I get the right size, how will I know what it'll look like on her? I really want to get her something nice, too. It's such a special day for her.
Well, I'm sure you'll find something.
Frank realizes he has to turn on a little more charm, or this college chick isn't going to help him. He's been playing things a little too helpless, so he throws her a timely compliment.
I know. I know, I'll just get her a blouse like the one you have on. It looks terrific and it fits so well. My sister has the same kind of curves you do. That blouse will look almost as good on her as it does on you. Did you get it here?
This is just an old rag.
Old rag, my foot. It's a knockout. Where can I get one?
Well, you can't now. It's from last season.
And what am I going to do?
Now Frank's at the crucial point, but his timing has been nearly flawless. He hasn't pushed, but he set her up with those compliments about her figure, and she's warmed up to him. He remembers that girls can't resist being helpful. Listen to how he handles it.
Say, if I pick out a couple of blouses I like, would you try them on and then I could see how they look? Will only take a minute and I could choose the right one for my sister.
Well, I was 21 myself a month ago. I know how important that birthday is.
Only 21. You look much older, more sophisticated than my sister. Would you try these two?
Okay. Why not? I'd like to help. I'll change in the dressing room and be right back.
Of course, this chick has no way of knowing that Frank's just picked out the 2 sexiest blouses, and he's not thinking about anybody's sister anymore. In fact, Frank hasn't even got a sister. First, the chick comes out in the skin-tight print blouse. Frank stays calm and pretends to study the look of the blouse. Then she goes back into the dressing room to change into the second blouse, a see-through. When she comes out this time, she's not wearing a bra. Frank can't believe it.
That's the one. That's a terrific-looking blouse. You look terrific in it. You've got a dynamite figure.
Well, thank you. You really make me feel pretty.
Hear that? She says he makes her feel pretty. And it's true. Girls like to be told they're pretty, even if they already know it. She likes Frank because he notices her good points and compliments her. While she changes back into her own clothes, he buys the blouse. Then he makes his pitch for a date.
I'm really grateful for your help. I never could have found the right one without you.
I enjoyed helping you. Your sister's lucky to have such a thoughtful brother.
Say, I'd like to thank you somehow. How about joining me for a quick drink across the street?
Well, I haven't found a blouse for myself yet.
Well, we'll just have a quick one, then we'll come right back.
Okay. That'd be nice.
But Frank has more in mind for this swinger than just a drink.
Thanks for the drink, Frank. I've enjoyed talking, but now I've got to get back before the store closes and get my own blouse.
You've already got it.
What do you mean?
This one. The one I bought. It's yours. I bought it for you because you look so great in it.
But, well, what about your sister's present?
I'll get another one for her tomorrow. Maybe you can help. But now, wouldn't you like to have some dinner?
Wow! You're some operator. I'd love to have dinner with you.
He did it. She's delighted with the blouse and impressed with Frank's technique. He really surprised her there at the end, but now she has an even better surprise for him.
Before we eat, though, I want to visit the ladies' room and put on my new blouse. For you, Frank.
So what are you doing sitting home listening to this record when you could be scoring like Frank at your local department store? Try being a prince who's all thumbs. Your princess is just waiting.
Dreamer, you never got a dreamer. And can you put your hands in your head? Oh no, I said dreamer. You're nothing but a dreamer. Well, can you put your hands in your head? Oh no. I said far work it out someday. Dreamer. If I could do something, you can do anything you want, boy. If I could be someone, you can be anyone to feel a great boy. If I could do something, you could do something. If I can do anything, I can do something out of this world. Take a dream of a someday. Oh, take a love, take a holiday. Oh, take a love, take a dreamer. Dream, 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 dream along. Come on and dream along. Come on and dream along. Hold it up. Come on and dream along. Come on and dream along. Dream along. Dream along. Dream along. Put your hands on your head. Oh no. Come on. Dream along. Come on and dream along. Put your hands on your head. Oh no. Come on. Oh no.
Sing along with Mary Kay. Some wise person said, act enthusiastic and you will become enthusiastic. The very act of singing stirs enthusiasm. We suggest that you learn these enthusiastic little ditties written by enthused Mary Kay consultants and sung for you by our company cheerleaders, the Vickaroos, and I am their leader, Sue Vickers. When you are feeling low or have a show, sing. Your spirits will rise and you'll arrive at your show feeling enthusiastic in spite of yourself. One consultant tells us she gets up every morning and gets herself in the mood for her business day by playing the sing-along record. Try it. We began all of our sales meetings by singing a couple of the Mary Kay songs. It sets the pace for a positive thinking meeting and builds esprit de corps among the unit members. This is the purpose of the sing-along record. Are you ready? Sing along now with the Vickaroos.
I'm a Mary Kay consultant, a real proud one as you can see. My head held high and my face aglow. Hey everybody, it's me. I'm making money while I'm wearing makeup best in all the world. Where else could this ever be but only in America? I'm glad to be a Mary Kay girl. There's no makeup like Mary Kay makeup, like no makeup we know. Everything about it is appealing, everything to give that lovely glow. Nowhere can you get that happy feeling than when you've just booked an extra show. There's no business like Mary Kay business, like no business we know. Yesterday I thought that I would not go far. I'm now a consultant and reaching for stars. Everything looks brighter 'cause I've got that gold. Let's sell Mary Kay, book for Mary Kay, watch Mary Kay grow. Mary Kay is here to stay, deep in the heart of Texas. All women cheer. It started All gals far and near will stand and cheer for Mary Kay of Texas. Need cash, you say? Now here's the way. Sell Mary Kay of Texas. National will go, the money will flow. From Mary Kay of Texas, we'll go all the way through the USA. With Mary Kay of Texas. It's knowing that their doors will always open when we come to do a show. That makes me want to give my friends that extra special Mary Kay glow. And it's knowing that they'll thank me for that beauty they have tried so hard to find. That keeps my conscience clear at night, knowing I have done them right. It keeps me ever gentle on their minds. It's not that old idea that beauty fades because it's nature's play that binds me. It was nature's law of beauty that made Mary Kay the one to set me free. This freedom I can offer you, freedom from the ravages of time. That keeps my conscience clear at night, knowing I have done you right. It keeps me ever gentle on your mind. It keeps me ever gentle on your mind. I'm a Mormon, yes I am. So if you want to study a Mormon, I'm a living testament. Maybe you think I'm just like anybody else. You see, but try to my word, you'll quickly observe I'm different as can be. I'm a Mormon, through and through. And if you think that I am peculiar in the things I say and do, remember I know the rules, the do's and don'ts for happy, happy living. Either to say I will or won't, I try to be forgiving. Maybe you'd like me to tell you about the things that I know are true. Then you could be a Mormon too. I'm a Mormon, through and through. And if you think that I am peculiar in the things I say and do, remember I know the rules, the do's and don'ts for happy, happy living. Either to say I will or won't, I try to be forgiving. Maybe you'd like me to tell you about the things that I know are true. Then you can be a Mormon too.
Wasn't here yesterday. Utica Club, Utica Club. Now it's probably here to stay. Utica Club, Utica Club. Utica Club's the name. And this old town ain't never gonna be the same. If you need a place to go, want to see a place to make your eyes glow. Want to spend a groovy night. Want to see a place that's out of sight. Do a lot of crazy things. Utica Club is where it really swings. Utica Club. Utica Club. Utica Club's the name, and this old town ain't never gonna be the same. Utica
fallen on its head. Oh, my God, it's a long story. So this story, apparently, is a long, curly one. Here we go. Bit more of that. And it was the adventures of an old guy. And, yeah. It's an interesting story. Here we go. Just put this top stuff on here, fix it. There we go. There we go. Try that on there. Marvellous. Done the job. There we go. Put these things in there as well. Here we go. Right, now, give it a go. One day, whilst out walking, I walked past a red-bricked, semi-detached house which stands 200 metres away from my own house. This comfortably sized house that I'm walking past has a garage to the left-hand side, and perched on the edge of the garage's roof are two little birds, both house sparrows. These house sparrows have little brown side feathers and a thin strip of grey on their heads and chests. I must say I do find it hard not to think of my old friend Bill Oddie when I see any tiny creature. Bill lives quite locally and I see him occasionally in the supermarket, and there's very little that Bill doesn't know about these birds. As I walk past the house, slowly I notice the birds tilting their heads to one side and watching me. The birds fly over my head and land on a branch in a nearby acre. Following the curve of the road and on down the hill, I turn left and make my way up a slight gradient towards my own home. I can see the pitched rooftop, and as I get closer, I get two feelings. One, it's nice to be out, and two, I'm definitely looking forward to closing the back door and having a nice hot drink. Inside, the kettle is on, and I place a tea bag and sugar into my mug. I turn around and slowly kick off my walking shoes and place them on the shoe rack in the hallway. I remove and squeeze my navy jacket onto my hook. By the time I head back into the kitchen, the kettle is boiled. I add the hot water to my mug and sidestepping to the left to get the milk from the fridge. Since being outside, I've adjusted being beyond the realms of just being indoors. Notice the world outside my window much more. It's almost as though the walls are no longer there. Sometimes it's hard to believe you've even been outside, and sometimes the feeling is the other way round, and you feel like you're still walking endlessly along a busy road. As I grab the milk from inside the fridge door, through the window I notice movement in the garden. A little wind rustles the leaves on a large spotted laurel that I planted 4 years ago. On the underneath, two little starlings appear, checking the ground in search for nesting materials and food. They hop out of view, heading into a neighbouring garden. As though I had been hypnotized, I am back in the room, and I add the milk to my drink and make my way upstairs to my workroom. I sit down at the chair with my diaries and turn on the computer, waiting for the login screen. I sign in and wait with the home screen. Now, when I got this house in the early 1980s, I paid £8,325 for it. There was a bit of work to do, luckily nothing urgent. It was almost basically cosmetic at first, painting and decorating out and clearing out the loft. Over time, there was the odd upgrade, like adjusting the bathroom layout and adding better kitchen units, use the space better. The small amount of furnishings left in the property were, as I recall, weren't in any immediate need of being replaced, but they just needed to go clean. Nothing I wasn't afraid of. Doing myself anyway. As I recall, there weren't any immediate need of being replaced. I managed to coexist with the thinning dark brown carpets for about 10 years, replacing those with a lighter brown and tighter knit. One thing I've noticed is, and I've never taught in schools, is the importance of good loft insulation. There have been various reports over the years on TV and radio and in magazines how much heat and energy is lost with poor insulated roof. It's only really within the last 10 years I've managed to get around to doing this myself. Most of the work in the house I've managed to put my hand to, but I'm absolutely not an electrician or plumber. So I let those tradesmen are perfectly safe. So I've called them in when I've needed them. The rest, the plastering, the basic carpentry, I've tried to turn my hand to, varying degrees of success. When I've showed my work to the trades, they haven't complained. I always tell them what my structural adjustment plans are in advance, and they've always been pretty helpful and very supportive, and will share a joke or two. The garden has been pretty straightforward as well. Although a bit hilly, luckily the house here has pretty flat, and the space is open. There's a good bit of sky and light comes in. The trees in the garden are all fairly manageable height, apart from the odd one or two at the back, which I will have to see to in the next couple of months. As with most places, the seasons have shifted and changed around a bit, and the warmer weather now appears much later in the year. I try to inject more colour into the garden. It's really hit or miss, especially when I started things off from seed. Getting small perennials and shrubs for the local garden nursery has been a lifesaver. You never really give too much time growing up the thought of it regarding the colour in the garden and how much it can make a big difference to the garden itself and how you feel. And when the weather is right, to see all the primary colours represented on show is a really good feeling. It took me a good bit of time to put together a calendar, to-do list of the things I needed to remember to do in the garden, when to bring things in, etc., from frosts, etc., especially during more frequent cold snaps. You can't see it now, but the window right near me, just to my left, and that I'm looking out of, there's a thick blue insulated cable that runs from the loft that stretches all the way out to the shed that I have in the garden. This cable has been there since I got the house. The shed has a power source, or the shed had a power source, but I never used it or knew how it got it. It wasn't until the electrician came out and we were in the loft together and I found the end of the blue cable buried underneath some loose rubber. It had a double socket attached and a housing that looked as though at some point it had been screwed into one of the upright joists. The electrician said, "I can reconnect that if you like." And I said, "I'm fine." And he did. "Well, it's not the safest way to power a shed, of course. Well, definitely not with an overhead cable anyway. You see, a fire starting at hyperspace could potentially travel along the cable and burn the opposite end down. I've toyed with powering up the shed, but between you and me, I really don't need it. I mean, there's nothing a simple extension cable couldn't sort out and deal with. Apparently the appropriate method is by digging a deep trench, about a meter deep. Can you believe that? A meter deep, running all the way from the house to the shed. It's not really far, maybe about 10 meters, but the mess and the patchwork appearance afterwards just fills me with total dread. Oh, it's quite an overcast day today, a little cold perhaps, but it's quite nice when the sun's out. We're quite lucky where we are. And from my window I get to see it all. It's quite nice. I recognise that bird. And from my window I could see the little house sparrow land on the blue cable.
That's better. Glass of brandy. Sundays couldn't be better. Delicious. You've just been listening to His Fallen on His Head, which was written and vocalized by Bob Fallen somewhere in West Yorkshire in 2021 using the Echo Recording app. Please follow Beware the Radio online for more updates and to see Bob's visualizations of these characters. Bob would like to thank Beware the Radio personally for allowing these recordings to be aired. Chin chin.
welcome to You're Having a Bath with me, Gary Spen. Hi, I'm in the bath. It's lovely in the bath. Everybody knows what it's like in the bath, right? It's lovely. Okay, so here we are. Interesting fact for you. Did you know the average time spent in the bathroom is 90 days a year? I mean, come on! Hi, and welcome to You're Having a Bath with me, Gary Spen. So, I'm still in the bath. Want to join me? What? Oh, don't be shy. Okay. Here's factoid number 2. If you use your phone in the loo, be careful. An estimated 7 million phones are dropped down there every year. Oh, clumsy. Hi, and welcome to You're Having a Bath with me, Gary Spen. You thought I was in the bath, didn't you? But I'm not. This time, I'm on the toilet, and I'm doing all the things good boys and girls should do. Now, factoid number 3. If you're a fan of November, congratulations, because the 19th of November is World Toilet Day. So don't forget the date. Write it on a piece of paper, baby. Ooh!
Beware, you are much too near. Beware how you hold me dear. Tonight your lips could start a flame within my soul. And I'm afraid that once we kiss, I'll lose control. Why start what you won't complete? Be smart, walk away, my sweet. For once you're in my arms, there's nothing I won't dare. Beware, love is in the Tonight your lips could start a flame within my soul. And I'm so afraid that once we kiss, I'll lose control. Why start what you won't complete? Be smart, walk away, my sweet. For once you're in my arms, there's nothing I won't dare. Take care, love is in the air. Love is in the air. Darling, please
You look up high and you see the sky so big and blue, and you wonder why people don't worship beauty. You look down on the ground and you see the flowers there red and blue and brown, and you wonder why people don't worship beauty. There was a beautiful land, there was a beautiful land, there was a beautiful land called Far. And in this land there was a king, and everybody called him the fucking. And the fucking did what he wanted to do. I said the fucking, he went where he wanted to go. Whoa, whoa, mighty, mighty fucking. All hail the fucking, the mighty fucking. All hail the fucking. You walk out on the street, you see the people and hear the pitter-patter their IBM feet, and you wonder why people don't worship beauty. See the animals and women do their sacred dance, all in a key ring around beauty. All hail beauty, mighty beauty. All hail beauty. There was a land called Far, and in this land there was a king, and everybody called him the fucking. And the fucking thought what he wanted to think. I said the fucking, he said what he wanted to say. Whoa, whoa, mighty, mighty fucking. All hail the fucking, the mighty fucking. All hail, all hail, all hail, the mighty fucking.
Really, folks, I hate to knock, but there's a fellow on our block. Talks so much he drives us all away. He calls his sweetheart baby dear every time that she is near. He'll just point to her with pride and say, yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. Yes, ma'am, we've decided. No, ma'am, we won't hide it. Yes, ma'am, you're invited now. By the way, when we read the preacher, I'll say with feeling, yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. He's got the cutest baby nose, wears the cutest baby clothes, baby walk and baby hose, baby talks and papa goes, got the nicest baby eyes, tells the cutest baby lies, mouth that's just a baby size, but eats as much as 20 guys, baby this and baby that, baby needs a brand new hat, papa sighs and baby cries, one baby kiss and papa buys.
the exceptionally talented Mexican Silva de Alegria, opening this week's show with El Rio, the river, taken from the album Hombre Forestal, Forest Man, newly available from silvadealegria.com. Anyway, for the next 2 hours, let's bend an earlobe to the latest babblings, whirls and eddies flowing out mostly from the Creative Commons and free music scene. Anyway, for the next 2 hours, let's bend an earlobe to the latest babblings, whirls and eddies flowing out mostly from the Creative Commons and free music scene. If you'd like to suggest a tune for the show, send an email to bewaretheradio@gmail.com. Better still, reply to our social media posts. The algorithms like that, apparently. You're listening to Widen on Beware the Radio. My name is Andy. I'm exceptionally caffeinated. And from the Rio, we head to the North Sea with Tim Everley.
In Guernsey, the sun rises from the North Sea and it falls into the estuary, and nothing that I say can ever change that. There are people we can hold and those we should let go, and this is one of those. In Guernsey, tides are predictable, war is inevitable. Nothing that I say makes any difference. There are things that I can change, ways to make amends, but sometimes I need to let go. And this is one of those. In Guernsey, sound is reflected, time is suspended, the railways run into the sea. There are storms that we create, lifeboats for escape, but sometimes I need to let go. And this is one of those. In Guernsey, as an optical illusion, it seems further from you to me than the distance that I see between us. There's things that I can change, and ways to make amends, and someone I need to let go. I will learn to let go.
believe, if you wanna believe what you wanna believe, see what you wanna see, hear what you wanna hear, be who you wanna be, but don't be fooled by me, and don't be fooled by reality. Cause I'm getting married to the music that comes from deep inside of you. Around and around go, up and down go, in and out, back and forth, east, south, west, and north. Give me back what comes to me, while trying to take more responsibility. Take my hand, take it fast, hold me close while we last forever. I can't see, but for now, marry me. Cause I'm getting married to the music that comes from deep inside of you. Be what you wanna be, do what you wanna do, feel what you wanna feel, but don't be fooled by me, and don't be fooled by reality.
Music is always too slow, so opined Kevin Bleckdom, who brought us that live version of What You Wanna Believe from a 2009 live set, originally from the Eat Your Heart Out album. Before that, the brilliant Gambian kora player Jalakeba Koyate and the Tubabs performing Kyra, as released by the Audio Overplay label. And we had singer-songwriter Tim Everley with his recent single In Kilnsea, inspired by a trip to Westmere Farm near Hull, described as the ideal place to stay when visiting the Spurn Peninsula. The Spurn Peninsula. Here's the Juanitos.
Deaf sound, reggae sound. Dip sound, dub sound, reggae sound. Dip sound, dub sound, reggae sound. It makes me happy. Dip sound, dub sound, reggae sound. It makes me happy. Listen to the organ dip. Reggae sound. It makes me happy. Jazz sound. reggae sound. Self-made sound. Party hard. Deep sound, deaf sound, reggae sound. Magic crazy. Deep sound, reggae sound. Makes me happy. Deep sound, reggae sound.
makia monu somade fula benni makia monu somade na barala tanto idiare benana somi benni ba benni makia monu somade fula muso benni makia monu somade benni makia monu somade na barala tanto idiare benana somi benni Wallo nangai fala fago ala rugi wallo babangai fala fago zanu e ma dunia ala baraguna fanye bede woma na wallo nangai fala fago ala fula lu babangai fala fago sanko e ma dunia ala baraguna fanye bede woma e oyo masunya mabe kala digina ma way melody masunya mabe mbabe me azazio way melody masunya mabe sofa diena ma way melody masunya mabe ore bandio way melody masunya mabe kala musari na ma way melody masunya mabe mama moyo way melody masunya mabe kori ayena ma way melody masunya mabe e pa dunia ala baraguna fanye bede goma amaniyo diore amaniyo amaniyo diore amaniyo amaniyo diore amaniyo amaniyo diore amaniyo masunya mabe ba François yo oi melody masunya mabe bazi butu na ma oi melody masunya mabe ami yangi yo oi melody masunya mabe kori aye na ma oi melody masunya mabe a dunia ala baraguna fanye bede goma ba wallo nangai fala fago ala yatu Olu babangai fala bogo kamara e pa dunia ala baraguna fanye bede wama ba olu nangai fala fago ala yame olu babangai fala fago yame e pa dunia ala baraguna fanye bede wama aganganiyo diore aganganiyo aganganiyo diore aganganiyo diore aganganiyo aganganiyo diore aganganiyo
You just heard Super Melody, played by Atlantic Melody, taken from the Xylophone Records archives from Guinea. Xylophone was set up by the state post-independence to provide music at a point when foreign music was banned, so they recorded an awful lot of stuff. over 7,500 recordings of which are now archived at the British Library. Before that, we heard MVMX playing Take Me Down. This electronic project comes out of Cincinnati, Ohio, and is a new release on the wonderful Blocksonic label. Go to blocksonic.com. And first, we had a classic tune by Juanitos, Heartbeat Dub, taken from the Soul Africa album, which is available on the old, slightly dusty Free Music Archive. Now we have another track from electronics wizard Amy Dang. This is Treasure.
Bye.
hablarme de cañón, sembrando en la gente mucho terror. Tanto para que salgan de esa confusión, para que se den cuenta que esa no es la solución. Agarrar un cañón y una bala disparar, quitándole la vida a un inocente más. Man, tienes que cambiar, no puedes caminar repartiendo balas. Sal de esa realidad, la vida se te puede apagar. Ayer saliste en la prensa, mana, primera plana con famosos guay. Sus titulares serán por cantar, en cambio el tuyo por asesinar. ¿Cuántas veces vas a disparar? Otro inocente que caerá. Todos te conocen, ya saben quién eres. En todos los diarios y noticieros aparecen. Muchos te están buscando, a muchos has hecho daño. A sus familiares has robado y has matado. ¿Hasta cuándo vas a accionar ese cañón? ¿Hasta cuándo va a disparar? Haciéndole mucho daño a tu mamá, dejando niños huérfanos con mucho dolor. Es hora de que cambie tu forma de pensar y utilices energía en algo positivo, boy. Man, tienes que cambiar, no puedes caminar repartiendo balas. Sal de esa realidad, la vida se te puede apagar. Caminabas mal, viste una chica con su celular, tú no dudaste en apuntar, no te tembló el pulso en accionar, agarraste el phone de la chica, te pudiste virar hasta la esquina, pero al darte cuenta, los verdes te vinieron a agarrar, y te agarraron, y los ganchos te montaron, estabas caído pa' la grande, te pasaron. Ahora toca recapacitar y aprendas el valor que tiene la vida. Son muchos los años lo que vas a pasar, solo tus amigos te van a visitar, tu madre demacrada comida te va a llevar a donde quisiste tú llegar, youth man. Man, tienes que cambiar, no puedes caminar repartiendo balas. Sal de esa realidad, la vida se te puede apagar. Man, tienes que cambiar, no puedes caminar repartiendo balas. Sal de esa realidad, la vida se te puede acabar. Man, tienes que cambiar, no puedes caminar repartiendo balas. Sal de esa realidad, la vida se te puede apagar. Original and el King Farmer, Bass Culture Player en la producción. Ella, Dr. Norris al controla, el consultorio estudios. Yo desde el ghetto. All right.
That was Youth Man, performed by Adele King Farmer, backed by the Bass Culture Players in this 2015 release. Plenty of singles to enjoy on their Bandcamp page. Before that, the experimental electronic sounds of Chitin Mara with Cyborg Phobia, taken from the 2013 album Madhouse Blues. And firstly, you heard Amy Dang performing Treasure from a 2011 live set. Now let's hear a Spanish artist. This is Malandromeda.
¿Dónde quedó aquel rapaz? ¿Dónde está lo menos feito? Todos quedamos atrás, tens dereito a sentirte merda. O fígado quere berrar, anda patadas co estómago, a luz apagada. Nin está Ricardo, estou cómodo. Hoxe non podo pensar, hoxe non quero pensar. Teño por dentro unha man, apretame a alma e faime chorar. A vida cambia tanto e xa non aguanto as hostias. O corpo aínda pero o corpo está cheo de fobias. E os días livres se escapan diante dos meus focinhos quietinho como estátuas de sal vendo arder Sodoma. Cando me vexas por aí tomando viños é porque ando atrás de Satanás para que me coma. Días libres pasan rindo-se de mim cando me ven gravado no sofá como a Cristo e vim facelo que non fixen e caín por cesto. Por certo, non estamos afeitos a perder pero tampouco a gañar nunca nada. Os días libres pasan rápido entre trapallada. A cabeza baixa do mafioso arrepentido pensando no que foi e no que podía ter sido. E ti marchaches como os días libres. Eu quedei soñando cousas imposibles. Estamos amarrados por fios invisibles, perdido no mundo berrando teu nome. E ti marchaches como os días libres. Eu quedei soñando cousas imposibles. Estamos amarrados por fios invisibles, perdido no mundo berrando. Os días libres marcharon sen facer barullo, falando baixinho, indo para o seu propio enterro. Non sei cando empezou, cando me dei de conta estaba dentro da espiral cunha cadeia e dando voltas buscando cartos para poder traballar. Deixamos tanto por facer que xa non importa. Apareci na cinta transportadora como a porco que vai pro banco en silla de rodas. Móvese todo arredor pero non participo. Os días libres foron cando ao ribeiro de Pipo. Míranme con cariño de pena, non son aquel que lles prometerá. E ti marchaches como os días libres. Eu quedei soñando cousas imposibles. Estamos amarrados por fios invisibles, perdido no mundo berrando teu nome. E ti marchaches como os días libres. Eu quedei soñando cousas imposibles. Estamos amarrados por fios invisibles, perdido no mundo berrando teu nome. E ti marchaches como os días libres. Eu quedei soñando cousas imposibles. Estamos amarrados por fios invisibles, perdido no mundo berrando. Un día es Caracas o Radio Caserme, daqui a pouco conectados a un satélite.
Beware the Radio.
Take me out driving, it'd be nice for a change. Something to distract me from the fact I'm back again. Take me out further, get away from it all. Exactly when I'm over it, exactly when you call. Try to fight it off, but there's no doubt. And I finally see that we can't work it out. Take me out walking to fools on parade, the saddest lonely suckers that the maker ever made. Standing strong and silent, nothing left to be said. I was trying to convince you, turn it over in your head. Standing in the mirror, feeling strange in my clothes, 'cause I'm getting quite distracted by an emperor's new robes. Use imagination, fall asleep for a spell. To forget a man in uniform, I can't, but might as well. Try to fight it off, but there's no doubt. And I finally see that we can't work it out. Take me out driving, it'd be nice for a change. Something to distract me from the fact I'm back again. Take me out further, get away from it all. 'Cause I'm coming over clueless every single time you call. Nowadays you tell me what I'm wanting to hear, and you love me when you're lit up like a crystal chandelier. Back in the beginning it was nice for a stint. Now you take me for granted, so I'm taking the hint. Try to fight it off, but there's no doubt. And I finally see that we can't work it out. Try to fight you off, 'cause there's no doubt. And I finally see that we can't work it out.
The Fall Colours there, a short-lived project of Julia Fernandez with the tune We Can't Work It Out. That album's available as a cassette from Bandcamp. Before that, we heard Julio Edit from Seattle performing Pandora, taken from the Julio Chromia album released in 2020. Before that, you heard Dias Libres, as performed by Malandromeda, who come from Santiago de Compostela in Spain. Look them up on Bandcamp. Now let's have an Indian moment on Widen. We're going to hear the Navatman Music Collective in live session. This is Ahista Ahista.
मज़ारी क़स्बे जब रूह लैला एक दिन आई तो अरमानों के मुरझाए हुए कुछ फूल भी लाई लगी जब फूल रखने लगी जब फूल रखने तो कब्र से आवाज ये आई चढ़ाना फूल जाने मन मगर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरखती जाए है रुख से नकाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता
निकलता आ रहा है आफ्ताब
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरखती जाए है रुख से आहिस्ता होने लगे जवा होने लगे जब वो तो हमसे कर लिया पर्दा 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 जवा होने लगे जब वो तो हमसे कर लिया पर्दा हया यकलत हाय हया यकलत आई और शबाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता
निकलता रहा है आफ्ताब
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हमारे और तुम्हारे प्यार में फर्क है इतना हमारे और तुम्हारे प्यार में फर्क है इतना इधर तो जल्दी जल्दी है उधर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता इधर तो जल्दी जल्दी है उधर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरकती जाए है रुख से नकाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता वो बेदर्दी से सर काटे अमीर और मैं कहूँ उनसे वो बेदर्दी से सर काटे अमीर और मैं कहूँ उनसे हुजूर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जनाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हुजूर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जनाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरकती जाए है रुख से नकाब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता
निकलता रहा है आफ्ताब
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता सरकती जाए है रुख से नकाब आहिस्ता 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 आहिस्ता
रंग भेजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रंग भेजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रंग भेजल बलम आवे रे मोरंग वसे आवे पटना से आवे रे मोरंग वसे आवे राह बाट रंग बा खेलत आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रंग बीजल बलमुआ घुंघरा लेके सिया पे टेढ़ी सो बेटिया घुंघरा लेके सिया पे टेढ़ी सो बेटो पिया घुंघरा लेके सिया पे टेढ़ी सो बेटो पिया घुंघरा लेके सिया पे टेढ़ी सो बेटो पिया सेजिया पे पिया घुमत आवे हो मोरा सेजिया पे पिया घुमत आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो Sweet song, रसी रसी पिया मोरा नतिया गढ़ावे 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 सिजिया पे पिया घुमत आवे हो मोरा सिजिया पे पिया झुमत आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो रंग भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो भीजल बलमुआ कहाँ से आवे हो भीजल बलमुआ मोरा भीजल बलमुआ है मोरा भीजल बलमुआ भीजल बलमुआ भीजल बलमुआ भीजल बलमुआ
Well, that was another track from our favourites, Turku, Nomads of the Silk Road, here playing Ber Demet Yesimen, taken from the album Allies of Istanbul. Before that, we heard Nimisha Shankar performing Gold, a holy song, from her collection Golden Chants from India, as recorded in 2014. Now, Finnish rockers Deep Space Destructors released a great trippy album in 2018, Psychedeology. Here they introduce us to their Space Mind.
your sky. How long it will take me to realize I have no appetite for your compromise. In spite of my restless activity, you only give me the best, your sympathy. I know you like this song so much. I know you don't want me to touch you. I'm so desperado. Why am I living in a dream if the story's never how it seems? I'm so desperado, desperado. I'm so desperado, desperado. I'm so desperado. I love you, little baby. If you touch your Calabrese, you tell me that I'm crazy, and I love you more. I'm not the one who's able to buy you the moon, but I can shake your queen, maybe with my spoon. I'm so desperado when you treat me so. When I want it fast and you need it slow. I know you like this song so much. I know you don't want me to touch you. I'm so desperado. My soccer team has never won, and you ask me why I sing this song. I'm so desperado, desperado. I'm so desperado, desperado.
You just heard Chain Stoking, expertly evoking a helicopter ride up to Fox Glacier on a calm, sunny day. That was Glacial Fox, taken from the album Traveller's Tracks, New Zealand, available on chainstoking.bandcamp.com. Before that, our old friend Bacco Bacchanals with the song Disperato, another a cappella mini-masterpiece. BaccoBacchanals.com is your destination for more voice-based magic. Now we've got something new from Slovenia's Kamizdat label. This is taken from a split album between young Ljubljana electronic producers Dvidavat and Nulla. 068/078-1. Catchy. We're going to hear Dvidavat with the track PSH.
You can free your dead mind, or you can trade on the Wall Street line. You can change what you see, or you can follow your greed. The monsters are due right here on Fifth Avenue, and your suit, it won't hide your corrupt soul inside. The vagabonds of Wall Street head off to private retreats. Every day is vacation, and they steal from the nation. The monsters are due right here on Fifth Avenue, and your suit, it won't hide your corrupt soul inside. It's time to reason.
A cracking new release from Diego Lorenzini featuring Nina Tormenta, El Demonio del Mediodía, the Demon of Noon. And before that, another band I've been introduced to recently, Vietnam 2, playing The Monsters Adieu from their 2020 album Suspect Citizen. Go and look them up on blocksonic.com. Well, this all makes me want to go and actually make some music. As ever, if you'd like to suggest a tune for this show, contact us on Twitter, Instagram, etc., or via email bewaretheradio@gmail.com. We finish with Bleak House, playing the ambient track Biology Slides, which has been used in a lot of student videos over the years. Maybe they're onto some. Till next time, keep it wide.
Radio.
Be home when?
Really?
Right. too. Yes.
You're listening to Set Your Beams on High on Beware the Radio. You're listening to Set Your Beams on High on Beware the Radio.
whistling. She stood me up again. She told me with the excuse that a waxwing had smacked into her window, and I was left cold and whistling like the wind, and yet I felt connected, 'cause I had a hummingbird once come to life in my hands. But what is not coming to life is when I heard the news about the death of my friend Tucker. And I thought it was just a heart attack or old age, him being 48. And I thought about Eco City and the Peace Camp. And then the news came in, bitter and static at the radio. He hung himself like from one of his own ties, death by his own hand, and I felt the hope of the universe run dry at a hero that tried to save the earth and could not save himself. And then it turned a red, the color of blood and wax wings. Because tragedy does occur in two. The two of my friends, young, Shakespearean, and full of love, and their newly born child, who died and passed into the waters dark. And I thought, how selfish, how arrogant to take that what was given to you, and then at the commercial, the red bar and red star, I thought I saw you dancing again, Tucker. I thought I had a sense of hope and life and joy again. And then the black ice happened. That slip of brakes as a friend going to your funeral was hit over by the truck. But you know, in this story of black ice, there is something breaking through, a hope. We're all alive. We're all holding on to those small pieces. And we're all going to be a story, a dance in someone's eye again.